Hey, good morning. You guys hear me okay? Nice. BDTX. Very cool. Okay. I have to do a quick git pull and I will. Novartis and Roche ditch diversity programs. They never wanted to do them in the first place. Swiss people are the most like. Oh my god. Client connection failure. Ugh. Give me a break. They're all good shorts. They're all slightly different complexion. Ion Q is like they're so weird. They're so different that each one's like a snowflake. Ion Q is basically like the strangest one. They've kind of pivoted to they're trying to build a real business, but it's hard because they don't have any real products. Um, so they're trying to build a real business, and they realize that I don't think they can do that with quantum. Sorry, I'm just trying to upload my file so I can work for you guys. Hey, what's up, Rabbi? Okay, looks like everything's up to date on that end. Okay. can get started. Let's look at most real quick. 3 minutes till the market opens. Is Mitsubishi UFJ really trading this much? 10 million shares. Nvidia 7 million shares. Sony 7 million shares. Robinhood 5 million shares, up 1%. Intel 4 million shares, down 4%. Tesla 4 million shares, up 3%. QUBT, weirdest thing. This thing has been dormant for a while, and they just hosted some meetings at the Roth conference. I'm waiting on the download from my buddy who took a meeting with them. Then Plug Power, D-Wave, and Rigetti. So a bunch of quantum right there. NEO, Immunovant down 7% on news. Supermicro up 3%. Medtronic flat. Microsoft, Haleon, Palantir, all flat, traded around 1 million shares each. Lucid, VNet, GDS Holdings down 14%. That's a Chinese company, isn't it? Alibaba, Danaher, Illumina, Natera, and AlphaTech. So some things going on here. But let me look at GDS real quick. Yeah, this is a PRC PRC special. All right, up. We have Proto Labs. Don't know these guys. It is some kind of 3D printing company. Signet Jewelers, Collective Mining. Don't know these guys. Custom Truck, Compass Minerals, Stoneco, LXP Industrial Trust. Sounds like a REIT. Ollie's Bargain Outlets. Valhai. This is a chemical company. Grupo Simec, LifeStance Health. Kingsoft, NCR Voyix, Reservoir Media. Some of these I don't think are. Yeah, they're all mostly right. Venture Global, which I realize is an energy company. Let me see here. Westrock Coffee, Abacus Global. These are all like kind of small caps. Let me up the market cap requirement to 5 billion. This changes everything. Tesla, AppLovin are on here, up 3%. NetEase up 3%. Fifth Third Bancorp, Wipro, IonQ up 4%. Summit Therapeutics, Shopify, TransUnion. Interesting set of companies. Market is open. On the losers list, nothing sticks out too much. Health Equity down 16%. Williams Sonoma, Intel, UBS, Fair Isaac, GSK down a little bit. Value side, Tesla, Nvidia, Microsoft, all the usual suspects. Robinhood trading a little bit more than usual. Intel, and a little weakness in Gilead. Boeing, Natera's trading more than usual. So that's what's going on. The S&P is up 33 basis points. My portfolio up slightly here. Time to run Market Maker. Yeah, even like the IonQ bag holders, all those people understand that QUBT is a scam. So it is kind of, even if they're insistent that like IonQ or I think Rigetti is a good short because the Rigetti bag holders are starting to admit that, like, okay, yeah, there's nothing really to Rigetti, because like they don't get mentioned. The CEO doesn't, the CEO kind of is bearish on his own company. It's he's not willing to lie like the IonQ people or the D-Wave people. Okay, market winker's up and running. IonQ up to 24. It's funny. Last night, I don't know if you guys saw me, but I was kind of like almost like panicking. It was this weird thing where I was like, well, isn't this good news? The NVIDIA Quantum Center, like this has to be kind of good news. And it was just like fucking my brain up. And they weren't going up, and now they're going up. And at the time I was pondering, like, how could they not be going up? I even started covering some of my shorts because I was like, feels like they're going to go up. And then I canceled that and I shorted back what I covered. And of course they're up. Delayed reaction from Koreans is the most, is the best explanation most of us have. But yeah, just very, very odd sort of action. But they're good shorts up here. I mean, I don't think anything happening in NVIDIA is going to save them, because actions speak louder than words. And, I don't think NVIDIA is really doing anything here. They got so much cool stuff going on. That was a great presentation by Jensen. Yeah, it looks like you can fade this rally, but and Rigetti's still hard to borrow over at our favorite broker. And check out my market maker. It's doing its thing. NVIDIA doesn't need these companies, and they're not. I don't think they're doing anything with them, really. I think it's pretty obvious. I think it's good. IonQ is good to short. Yeah. I mean, again, like I think one of the mistakes that certainly I made, and probably some of you made too, is if you let this stuff take over your brain, it's not good. Investing isn't personal. Your job is to short. Julian Robertson always said, your job is to buy 100 good companies in your portfolio and short 100 bad ones. That's it. And here you have like 5 bad ones, right? Rigetti, D-Wave, IonQ, Quantum Computing Inc., and CLSQ. That's it. You just short them, right? Exactly. Leonard's got it. That's the way you manage money. And you go try to find. Look, it doesn't have to be 100 each. There you go. Joe's got it too. It doesn't have to be 100, but Julian's managed the world's biggest hedge fund. But 20, 50, something like that would work. And I think the desire to make it personal or be outraged. A lot of us are outraged about this quantum thing. Who cares? That's not our job to be outraged. We could be amused, but it's not really our job to be outraged. And if you take that out in the market psychologically, you're really not doing yourself any favors, because it's not I think 10% is fine across all the stocks. But the point is that if it's at a position where you're like uncomfortably like, you know, involved in more size than you should be, I think you just have to be smart about what that means, because like you don't have to do that. You don't have to be reckless. I think you can do a smaller position and keep it moving. So in any event, it's okay to be outraged, no doubt about it. It's just that, we have one job, which is profit and loss. And outrage and emotion takes away from that one job, which is to say, okay, yeah, look, there's a lot of promotion in the stock market. It happens all the time. You know, we know the truth, fine. But our job is still to maximize our profit and loss. Yusuf, we talk about it in the quant channel on Godel. So, if you want to come join the quant channel on Godel, we can have those discussions. But it's a pretty traditional academic market maker. Academic literature is got tons of stuff on how market makers work and why providing liquidity is, at least theoretically, something that can make money. What's so funny, minimalist? World Quant has some resources on anyone new to quantitative investing. Product management's a good role. It can be very valuable part of any tech company. Not yet, Jackie. I'm definitely considering it, though. Don't know anything about GAN, sorry. Is that the chart guy from a long time ago? Get out of here, kitty. Moz, I mean, you can read all that. It's nothing too interesting. It all makes sense if you check it out. Yeah, quantum's dropped nicely here. Let's keep that going. Shut the hell up, kitty. Nah, shut up. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the old tape readers. The world's very different today. I mean, you can read it for, read it if you want. Celsius is the whole that whole space. They're just not growing. This is a tapped out market. Energy drinks are now uh, not growing anymore. Monster, Celsius, none of these things are growing, and growth is what we is like oxygen to the stock market. You know, growth stops, it's over. They can grow in China. That is the bag holder cry. But they can grow internationally. Coca-Cola baggies from the 80s and 90s said that. I don't know. Volume's pretty high, actually. They were on the most list, Will. Energy drinks aren't being replaced. It's just that, all laws of large numbers catch up. Can't grow forever. How do you grow 10% forever? What grows 10% forever? If it does that, it ends up being the biggest thing in the world. Look at Yum Brands if you want to look at a company that grew in China but could not grow in the US. You don't want to be in that situation, trust me. That is not a good thing when you can't grow in the US anymore. That's why these stocks are dogs. We are getting some alternative data that will just give you credit card receipts so you can tell, are people actually buying more Monster or more Celsius? So that's going to be fun. I'm going to post those soon. I don't think Shop is up because it's going to the Nasdaq. Yeah, somehow. I mean, listen, it's very commonplace now. It's not Nielsen data. It's credit card data, and it's not free. You got to be a subscriber. Yeah, I'm shorting some QBTS. You like the free falling? Free falling, yeah. Free fall. Oh yeah, some baggies are gonna get hurt today. This whole week is gonna be tough for bag holders. We got to teach them a lesson, boys. I think quant funds definitely can raise more money from institutions. They're just simpler. They don't have a lot of the personnel risk. They don't have, like, look, Two Sigma ran fine while the founders fought and stepped down. That would never happen at a long short hedge fund. I mean, they're very different skills, investment banking and quantitative investing. It's wildly, wildly different. It could not be more different. One requires a personality, one does not. Yeah, it's just a stupid question. S&P up 39 basis points. Quantitative investing is usually done in the seconds to minutes time frame. Minutes is actually kind of short, kind of long term to a quant. But there's tons of ways to invest. Yeah, D wave's dropping. Josh. I remember reading about that Salazar a long time ago. I don't remember it though. Salazar. Every bad guy in drama is named Salazar. Yeah, of course. U.S. is just one market. You know how many good European traders there are? Market maker is just willing to buy and sell at the same time. That's it. You're willing to be on the bid and on the ask at the same time. That's what a market maker is. It's not a perfect environment, but it should be a profitable day. AQR is just a big, successful quant fund. One of the best. Hedge funds have returned 30% over time. Jensen's speech made sense. I don't know. Why wouldn't it make sense? I think everything Jensen said was pretty good. Very cool stuff. It was basically Blackwell sales pitch, right? Hey, Adma 19. Not bad, not bad. I don't think Jensen needs eyeballs. He didn't really say the word quantum like once the whole time, so. Shut up. Rigetti's now down. D-Wave down 5.5%. QUBT down 5%. Real dog shit. It's been going up earlier. That's funny, Daniel. Yeah, of course I still have Sarepta. small comeback for Sarepta. It really dumped into the close yesterday, so this is actually not that big of a comeback, unfortunately. But I am up on my one of my call options that I bought a lot of. Let's see if it continues. Yeah, really briefly he mentioned it, yeah. Josh, violence. Okay, she wants the laser. SPY up 54 basis points while quantum weakens. IonQ dropping. Looks like it might be down soon. Yes, I've been broken poor. I grew up that way. I didn't really have any money until 2012. No, 2013. Have I thought about someone employing somebody full time to watch the cats? Yes, it's called a wife. No, Max. I'm not a sail to the sunset kind of guy. That sounds scary, Tony. Our D wave approaching 10, sub 10 possibly here. You gotta love it. Probably breaks 10 today. I mean, it looks like the chart topped out the other day when it couldn't break through 12. Yeah, I'd like to short a lot more. Yeah, Drax, it was weird. Like, I think again, I repeat my points from yesterday, which is if Nvidia opening the Nvidia Quantum Research Center can't get these stocks to go up, then I don't know what the fuck can. How you know how could it go up? Yeah, that didn't help. they probably would have pumped if their names were included, right? I looked through the JFK files; they're pretty dull. Perplexity did a really good job of them doing a rag on it. Retrieval augmented generation. Basically, there was nothing really interesting released. The CIA, the feds, they have no fucking idea who did it or why, other than Lee Harvey Oswald, of course. No, I don't talk to Barron. Yeah, obviously, if they were the perpetrators, then it wouldn't be too surprising if they couldn't point the finger at themselves. But assuming they're not the perpetrators, that's the point on that. Let's time out Hego here. Hego. I don't know. You're being weird. 5-minute timeout. What do you guys think? I'm out. Okay. We looked at GE briefly. Yeah, it was hard for me to tell what's going on with GE. I mean, they did a great job of kind of coming back, but it's pretty expensive, and jet engines are not a growth market. Last I checked. I mean, Nick is got a lot of crazy opinions, so I don't know who likes Nick Fuentes. Isn't he like a Holocaust denier? It's fucking crazy. Go to Auschwitz. They should make him go to Auschwitz. Yeah, I know Ye. I know Ye likes him. Yeah, I'm sure it is extremely hard, Max. I don't think I could sit through it. I also think it's weird that he's like in the closet but hasn't come out yet. Him and Harry Sisson should start a relationship. I can't believe Harry Sisson's not gay. That was the weirdest thing. Yeah, I'll have to revisit GE a little bit. Okay, so here's some stocks to look at. No, there's scissors in prison. Who's Hoffman? Soros is fine. I don't see the problem with Soros. Yeah, I mean, managing your portfolio and liking a stock are two different things. You don't buy every stock you like necessarily. Okay, Morgan Stanley, the far and away winner here of stocks to look at. Oh, Reid Hoffman. Yeah, I don't like Reid, but yeah, I don't think that's wrong on Soros. I'm not sure it was intent either. I think sometimes the deep state kind of grew out of it. Sort of became a accidental reality. I think I don't know. I think actually whenever you create structure, there are these incentives that take place, or incentive systems, where those incentive systems, basically exist and will propagate themselves. So if you leave room for a system that isn't completely meritocratic, these types of weird, perverse incentive structures will start to dominate. Well, prosecutors tend to, instead of worrying about crime, they worry about what's going to advance their career. Letitia James is a perfect example, actually. That's not even federal, that's New York. So it exists in every level of government, state, federal, doesn't matter. If somebody can put themselves ahead of the interests of the citizens to gain, they view it as a small cost. Oh, all right, so crime isn't perfectly prosecuted in this one place, no big deal. Well, then you realize that's every single place, because it's no big deal if I, get a little wasted investment for my city. every single person's trying to do the same exact thing. That's interesting, Graco. Yeah, I should watch that interview. I know you posted it yesterday. I appreciate that. I'd watch it if you post it now. Yeah, let's stick to finance. All right, here's the link. Rajiv Hazra.
And they are partnering with quantum computing company Quantinuum to carry it out. Well, joining us now is Rajiv Hazra, CEO of Quantinuum. Rajiv, it's great to have you on the show, and that's exactly where I want to start, because you're going to be at GTC. You're actually going to be in a panel with Jensen Huang later this week on the dedicated Quantum Day. But what does this announcement about a research center in Boston enable when we're talking about the still nascent quantum computing industry?
Thanks for having me today. Here at GTC, we're going to be announcing on Thursday our continued work that started with the announcement today around us being a founding partner in NVIDIA's Center for Quantum Acceleration. This is a milestone moment for the
Yeah, so I think the rumor is that these guys are going to announce something big that's going to make IonQ look stupid very shortly. And like they have way more qubits than IonQ. These guys just like shit on IonQ nonstop.
industry, because it's the best in the AI business coming together with the best in the quantum business and really starting to lay tracks for commercialization of this technology that has had a lot of promise using NVIDIA's hardware and artificial intelligence knowledge to actually improve quantum computers while we work on the quantum computers to then solve real problems for customers, thereby paving the way to value creation and value gathering.
You know, it's interesting because we started this year with a sell-off in quantum computing stocks.
That not only does move the encryption hardening a significant ways forward with a provably seeing very good customer pickup across segments. And we think this is just the start of that journey of bringing quantum into cybersecurity and making it really, really real.
Yeah, for folks that maybe don't know, Quantinuum is the most powerful quantum computer on the market. It also touts Honeywell as the largest stakeholder. We know Honeywell's getting ready to split its portfolio into 3 businesses. Is an IPO in the cards for Quantinuum?
We are going to be part of the Honeywell portfolio, as Honeywell has announced. We are an increasingly valuable asset. Our focus is on doing what we do to create value through the development of the world's most powerful quantum computers. As you said, we have the world's most powerful quantum computer. That's not just our statement. That's validated by external benchmarking, and the machine that we are going to introduce in about 6 months, certainly by the end of this year, will be up to 1 trillion times more powerful than just the one we had 18 months ago.
Wow.
So that's the rate and pace at which we are moving the quantum technology and its capability forward.
I don't think Quantinuum is more legitimate than IonQ, but I don't think they're going to make it either. Just because there's so much work to do still on scaling these machines up. And GPUs can do a lot of work. Trillion times is not enough. Trillion times is not enough zeros. Quantum is really slow right now. So 1 trillion times 0 is still 0. Honeywell's kind of cutting them off. That's why that's kind of why what they're doing. Yeah, there's a lot more orders of magnitude to go. A lot of it isn't fidelity that's more important than quote unquote speed. Like, yeah, speed is a bit of a silly idea if you don't have fidelity. All right, so Morgan Stanley, this is an investment bank and a brokerage firm. It's not a retail bank. It's very different. So who made more money last year, Jane Street or Morgan Stanley? The rumor is Doge is going to cut HIV funding. That is what's going on with Gilead. Quite a bit of HIV revenue is paid for by something called ADAP. I don't know if it's a buy or not. Probably. Yeah, we could buy some. Let's buy some. Fuck it. Looks like it's bottoming too. Let's see. How do we do this? CoreWeave, what about it? CoreWeave's not going public, is it? Let's see. Shot it. I'm gonna holler at some 105s and 106s, maybe. Shut the fuck up, kitty. Yeah, I'd buy Gilead. Shot it, kitty. Four AM pizza. It sounds like you're brand new to investing and trading. I'm not going to answer questions like that. Jesus Christ. Ask ChatGPT. That's great, but the rest of us don't care about your novice questions. You know, I can't hold your hand on simple questions. Call options are contracts. They trade. They bid and ask. They have a normal market. The contract could be worthless. The contract could be very valuable. It's a gamble. It's up to you to determine if you want that gamble. We're looking at Morgan Stanley right now. Come on, I've made markets my whole life. QBTS down 6%. Let's go. I'm going to close the studio down, man. Keep talking like this. I'm going to close the studio down. I'm going to close the studio down. Shutting down the studio.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Oh, yeah. What's up? Oh, you little bum. Oh, you little bum. I know you little bum. What you doing, taxes right now? Taxes? That's what's hot on the street? I think that was all an ad lib too. You guys shouldn't really be able to hear the order canceled too loudly. Tracy Morgan. What, was he drunk? Was he drunk? Is that what's going on? Stupid ass.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
I mean, he's not young. Yeah, food poisoning
Order cancelled.
in public can be rough.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
There it is. QPTS below 10.
Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
What you doing, kitty? Stop that.
Order
You
cancelled.
little bug.
Order filled.
Galaxy guys. No, I'm still in a lawsuit with Pleaser DAO. Okay, so wealth management. So 62 billion in revenue. Wealth management was 28,400.
Order filled.
Stop it.
Order partially filled. Order cancelled.
Apes back? Are your apes back? Damn, let's go.
Order cancelled.
The apes is back. That's my RZA impersonation. How about Gilead? Yeah, let's buy this thing. GILD.
Order cancelled.
What's up?
Order cancelled.
Oh, you want the 106s? Oh, you crazy. Hell yeah, I'm crazy.
Order
Fuck you think?
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Yeah, you gotta take a chill pill 4 a.m. You're talking way too much. Nobody's trying to hear you. Sit and learn. You can buy both.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah, sorry, I was in the office till midnight last night. Had a lot of interesting chats with my colleagues. I got a lot of super smart colleagues.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Listen, everyone can contribute, and I appreciate everybody's thoughts, and they do help me a lot. But yeah, let's keep it high quality content for everybody.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
All pigs are equal, but some are more equal than others.
Order cancelled.
Swear to God, I was a voice actor in another
Order filled.
universe.
Order cancelled.
What do you want, you stupid cat? What do you got there?
Order cancelled.
Is there food here? What do you? There's no food here. No food here, Mama.
Bourgeoisie?
Order filled.
Les bourgeoisies?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
The IonQ21 calls are still very jacked.
Order cancelled.
So trying to see if I can sneak in some hedges to increase my short positions. My market maker is also taking up some liquidity here.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Yeah, Drax, that is a volatile one. Probably will. That's the nice thing about biotech sometimes is you do kind of get that
Order filled.
moonshot opportunity. What do you guys call that? Gamma?
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
F triple prime?
Order cancelled.
Well, you got your F double prime. You get your F triple prime. What is that?
Order partially filled.
Jerk?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Don't call me a jerk.
cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
That's a physics perspective, Fun Coupon.
Order filled.
I don't believe in all that.
Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I don't believe in physics. You could take a derivative on anything. It doesn't have to have a physical interpretation. I'm in 25 dimensions, bro.
Order
What are
filled.
you talking about?
Order cancelled. Order
Let me actually see. Let me see something here.
Order
I
cancelled.
think I still have an account on this thing. Let me check something.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Rigetti under 10. Qubits under 10. Ion Q.
Order cancelled.
Quantum militia. We believe in a quantum future.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Oh.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
We got some huge upgrades coming to Godel in the next few weeks, extending into the next few months. I'm really excited. Make sure you sign up, godelterminal.com. Oh yeah, we're gonna have all that very soon, E-mini, very soon.
Order filled.
Trying to find my
Order cancelled.
the voices I created
Order cancelled.
on this site.
Order cancelled.
This is also on free tier. Let me see if I can. Maybe we just canceled all of our products. Godel has a chat feature. Yes, that's our most popular feature.
Order filled.
Macro indicators? You like macro data?
Order filled.
Yeah, global's like I got very excited. Global is very soon. Then I'm gonna need a sales office in Japan, Korea, Australia.
Order cancelled.
I can't wait. Okay, looks like I'm on free tier for all these things, which is annoying. Because I cloned like 100 voices. I don't know if 11 Labs deleted our account or what, but well, maybe this will still work then. Yeah,
Order
we
filled.
got you, pet food. Just send me
Order cancelled.
any issues and I'll fix them.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
We'll get it all perfect, pet food.
Order cancelled.
I'm autistically obsessed with every little feature, make sure they're all exactly right. WGS, some people think they're fraud, and that their growth is ill-gotten.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
There's good people on both sides. Oh yeah, macro data, sure, of course. I wouldn't call those. I guess some people call them indicators. When I think indicators, I think technical analysis. So,
Order cancelled.
but yeah, we're definitely going to have economic data. Thanks, Joe. Very good people on both sides. We're slowly looking into Morgan Stanley, but we have other things going on. But yeah, their wealth management was about half their business.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Investment management is like mutual funds and shit like that. And that was a smaller business. These are like funds and stuff like that. And securities.
Order cancelled.
That's trading, market making, things like that. But I would think that's investment banking too. So we just have to look into that. But it is amazing that Jane Street and Citadel Securities have beaten these investment banks used to have big profits. Oh no, we can look at that.
Order cancelled.
We could definitely look at that. Yeah, no, that's not niche. We there's a lot of ways to.
Order cancelled.
You can graph shares outstanding. I don't think that's something that's a huge problem.
Filled.
I think making it easier would be a good idea.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Yes, definitely, Yusuf.
Order filled.
Oh, I'm gonna play GTA 6 when it comes out. I'm gonna take a week off of work.
Order filled.
You want to be in my gang when GTA 6 comes out? Gilead spilling Spilling some blood, but you know, I think Gilead's goodbye here.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I need a driver.
Order filled.
I need a bagman, and I need 3 shooters. I've done this before.
Order cancelled.
And ideally, you speak Albanian.
Partially filled.
I'm gonna need a bag holder.
Order cancelled.
I'm gonna bag all the GTA 6 players. I'm gonna pitch them quantum. I'm gonna need a hacker. You can learn simple Albanian.
Order filled.
I don't know Albanian that well, so you should be fine.
Order cancelled.
I know gangster Albanian, that's about it. Is there any other kind? Don't answer that. Yeah, I do a little trafficking on the side. Fucking trafficking.
Order filled.
God damn.
Order filled.
Yeah, the funniest thing about crime is how I like idealized it, or like
Order filled.
it's sort of people try to make it seem glamorous, and it's like nothing. It is not glamorous. There's absolutely nothing glamorous about it.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
My family's not Muslim. Albania's a little like Turkey, yeah. Not too far off. You could throw a rock and hit it. We don't have much Muslims in our family, no. Exactly, Douglas. Exactly. It's going to be read out in a courtroom any day now.
Order cancelled.
Just for future references, I was kidding. Not everything people say on the internet is true. So you were lying.
Order cancelled.
It wasn't lying. So you want to commit crime with your crew. You know what? Fuck it. Yes, I do. Okay? Are you happy?
Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, Turkey and Albania kind of merged.
Order cancelled.
Okay, Morgan Stanley, investment banking. Okay, they break out investment banking as a part of securities. And it's half the size of equity trading and a little smaller than fixed income. Fixed income is smaller than equity at Morgan Stanley.
Order cancelled.
I've Never been to Albania other than when I was 4 years old.
Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
No birthday advice, but happy birthday.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
All right, guys, I'm talking about Morgan Stanley. It's a lot more interesting than Albania.
Order cancelled.
So here is
Cancelled.
investment banking.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Let's just do an IB advisory and investment banking underwriting.
Order cancelled.
So advisory was 2 billion. Underwriting was 4 billion. Total investment banking is 6 billion. Okay, equities, that's sales, market making, everything.
Order
12 billion. That's about half of what Jane, it's like 60% of Jane Street. Fixed income. Well, I guess technically between these two, 20 billion,
Order cancelled.
that's as much profit as Jane Street 1 year. But, you know, it's a bit complicated because Morgan Stanley's doing things pretty differently from Jane Street. Morgan Stanley. Stanley.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, there's so much capital sloshing around Morgan Stanley. You know, it's pretty hard to imagine them doing an audit and like anybody understanding exactly what it is that they do.
Order cancelled.
Okay, so even for equities, they break out a bit. Financing versus, so here's trading, fees, interest, and other.
Order cancelled.
So they have financing
Partially filled.
and execution services, which are about half and half.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Stock ticker is my initials.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
So I guess the question is, if you think, I guess you just have to think about like what are the things that impinge on the equities business. It's amazing to me how small the underwriting
Order
and banking businesses are. They're tiny.
Order filled.
My favorite fund used to be Lone Pine, but I think the results have been lousy lately. So I think prime brokerage is in equities. So it's very, it's not very opaque. They don't, I'm sorry, it is very opaque. They don't want people to know exactly you know, what's what here.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Sure, if you read this very carefully, you may be able to
Order cancelled.
get a sense for it.
Order filled.
Ex-chair or ex-commissioner? Lena Khan is the ex-chair.
Order cancelled.
Okay, there's my food. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
All right, you're back. Sorry about that.
Order cancelled.
Let me take a look at something here.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Oh, excellent. My commission tier has changed,
Order cancelled.
so I'm paying a lot less commissions. Woohoo!
Order
Yep. Yep. It's about 70% off.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
That makes me very happy.
Order cancelled. 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 Order cancelled.
Yeah, mostly down because this weird AbbVie position I carried from overnight that I think was kind of like a bit of a bug. I have to count it, but
Order cancelled.
Sean, let's get a timeout.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
You want even more stocks than that, V.
Cancelled. Order 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 cancelled.
All right, I'm changing things from
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled.
got Salesforce,
Order filled.
got MasterCard, got Costco. I don't think I have Home Depot or Netflix in my bot,
Order partially filled.
but I will add it.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Wow, that was quick for the fruit. Move quickly.
Order cancelled.
Okay, Coca-Cola. Should add S&P. SAP, excuse me.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Okay.
Cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
ASML or T-Mobile?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Palantir, Cisco.
Order
Could add all those soon.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
I mean, with current management, it's all about management. You got to go listen, learn about the Chegg CEO. A real CEO could probably steer that company to success. It's a big market. Students want to do better. That's just parents want their kids to do better. There's always a way to win. Look at Duolingo. It's just this isn't the management team. They got too much legacy bullshit.
Order filled.
A good management team can make virtually any business work.
Order cancelled.
You put Elon in at Chegg, it's going to succeed. But I don't think they have an Elon over there. Yeah, exactly. Daniel knows. And they have some LLM stuff, but like there's a lot of ways to get that business back on track. Management's, they need new blood. And I mean, yeah, totally, Tobias. It'd be a lot of brain damage for me. So I don't think it's too small, Hood One. I would just make it a small position. I think Elon could probably do well at INQ. It'd be a very weird business plan that he'd have to pursue, but he could figure it out. That's a little more challenging. Even as management, good management, you need something to work with.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
James, I know that. You know how to do all that. I know how to do all that stuff.
Order filled.
That's what I'd do. I don't know if Chegg is the right company. Maybe. Morgan Stanley. I mean, this is the key, man. Morgan Stanley spends $3 billion a year on professional services.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Professional services are audit and legal.
Order filled.
I'm gonna make a nice post about this.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Sarepta finally fucking working. All right, I see the green. You see the green?
Order cancelled.
You see? Gilead too, baby. Yeah,
Order cancelled.
yeah, we back.
Order cancelled.
Sarepta, Gilead rally.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Since yesterday, Ryan,
Order cancelled.
when it dropped 25%.
Order
You
cancelled.
fucking remember? Who
Order cancelled.
who told you?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I don't know what it cost me, Barry. I made money on that trade. It went from a couple million to like 50 million.
Cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Sign up for Godel anyway. Anyway.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, I mean it went back down when they arrested me. They caused more losses arresting me than even their wildest accusations against me, which were proven to be false. In court,
Order cancelled.
in court, I heard the words not guilty
Cancelled.
5 times.
Order cancelled.
Not guilty.
Order filled.
How many times did you hear guilty?
Order
Who said that? Who said that? Shut up.
Order cancelled.
Nobody's asking you.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I don't have a strong opinion
Order cancelled.
on Lily.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
The jury was confused on the 3 that they found guilty. They were confused. They didn't know.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, of course it was a jury. Criminal trial, baby. It's got to be a jury.
Cancelled. Order cancelled.
Judge decides that you're guilty as hell. No coming back from that. There's no judge that has ever seen a criminal defendant as anything other than guilty. It's extremely rare.
Order filled.
Maybe once every 5 or 10 years does a defendant come to a judge's courtroom and they're like, this person might be innocent. Thank you, Drax.
Order filled.
99% of federal judges were federal prosecutors.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
They should just let hood people do it. You know what I mean? Your Honor, this case is in opposite. In opposite. Opposite.
Order filled.
I will argue that this militates. The words used are hilarious.
Order cancelled.
This militates into my client's favor.
Order filled.
Yeah, Bunger, that does sound terrible.
Partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
D-Wave down 8%.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Oh, I wonder if I have this one set.
Order filled.
You don't want to have any luxury watches. Would you? Okay, I may have some luxury watches, but Okay, now I found it. We do have
Order cancelled.
this.
Order cancelled.
Unpaid invoice. What the hell?
Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled.
I do sleep. I sleep a lot.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
The first move is what sets everything in motion.
I think Elon's, he's got a personality
The
that
first move is what sets everything in motion.
not all of us have that same personality.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Some of us are a little more
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order partially filled.
Yeah, we're all different. We're all different.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Dogs leave footprints on our hearts, not our carpets.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Dogs leave footprints on our hearts, not our carpets. Dogs leave footprints on our hearts, not our carpets.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Top 5 books. Code by Petzold. The History of the Future.
Order cancelled.
Snowball by Warren Buffett.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I don't know about Alchemy.
Order cancelled.
Port Charles is good.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, Market Wizards is okay. 0 to 1's okay.
Order cancelled. 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 Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
I don't know if it's stubborn. I mean, it can't go down. It's not going to go down 50% in one day just on your willpower. You know, it'll go down, if it goes down 8% a day, 8% a week, even for 5 weeks, that's fine. Not going to all go down like, you know, the way you want it to.
Order filled.
Dogs leave footprints on our hearts, not our carpets.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Okay, I think I got it to work.
Order filled.
We're going to talk about that, Daniel. What are you talking about all that?
Order cancelled.
How are we doing on the S&P?
Order cancelled. Order filled.
Palantir's up, Nvidia's up, S&P's up 65 bips, Quantum getting killed. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Hey, yo, what's good, fam? Just chilling on the block. You heard what's popping. What can your boy Biggs do for you? Quantum computing, nigga, for real. Shit, man. Y'all out here acting like Biggs got that Einstein shit going on. Most complex shit I deal with is breaking down buds and counting paper. You feel me? Science ain't my thing, homie. But go ahead, man. Just spit some knowledge. Maybe I learned something new today. Don't be using them big ass words though. Keep it simple, straight street.
The clone kind of sucks. 11 Labs is never that good, man. I wanted to compete with them, but it's just like,
Order partially filled. Order filled.
maybe I want to do their V1 model. No, they say this is the best one,
Order
V2,
cancelled.
but it's not very good.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order
IonQ, never heard of them niggas. They fucking with your business or something. IonQ. Sound like some Star Trek shit, nigga. I ain't about that sci-fi though. Keep my world real and tangible, feel me? As for hating them player, life too short for that shit. Unless they snitches or say so are cops. Then all bets are off. All I know for sure is if they ain't putting some food on my table or money in my pocket, I ain't got time for them. They in my way. They best move or get moved, you feel, and you best do the same. Clear that negativity out your life, fam. Makes room for more paper.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, it's just doesn't, the voice sucks. Let me see if I can get a better one. Hold on.
Order filled.
We had such much better voices. These fucking things are just awful. Let's see. Try a different one. Let me try 50 Cent.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, we made something called Neats AI, which was our own TTS.
Order cancelled.
Trick Daddy would be funny.
Paths and pavements guide us through architectural stories.
Sounds awful.
Order cancelled.
There's no mark. Yes, that is actually
Aye. Ain't much, fam. Just chilling on the block, you dig? Out here moving that green and teaching these little niggas how to get that bread. What's good with you, though?
Filled.
monotone.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Betting against quantum what now?
Order cancelled.
Nigga, you speaking gibberish to me.
Order
Ain't no quantum shit on the block. We all about that paper, straight cash, no stocks. But do your thing, homie. If it ain't on the block, it ain't my business, you dig? Just don't come around here talking that quantum bull when niggas trying to make a living. And don't snitch neither. Keep your business to yourself, bro. Less people to snitch.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Serious, nigga. You think I ain't serious? Man, every day I wake up ain't no joke. This life I'm living ain't nothing fun about it. Just 'cause I ain't wearing no suit and tie don't mean I ain't serious. Damn. Smoking, selling, trying to put food on the table for my babies. That shit's serious. Asking a nigga to be serious. Man, you don't know the half. We out here, nigga, and it's real. Think I like seeing my homies die? Nigga, this as real as it gets. It ain't a movie, nigga. This is life, and it's deadly serious. So fuck that get serious noise, nigga. I'm already there.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Stock market, huh? Y'all fancy folk be speaking on that like it's the promised land or some shit. If stock game be your way out, do you, player? As for bigs, ain't never heard a nigga from the hood hitting it big on Wall Street. This block, this hustle, man, this all I know. But that ain't to say I ain't open to learn. You feel? Show your boy the ropes. Maybe we can flip this game. But remember, Biggs always stays true to the streets. We hustle, we adapt. If you got a hustle that's gonna bring in more bread, I'm all ears. Shit, might be nice to get my babies out of here, feel me? Not about the life, it's about surviving, thriving.
Cancelled.
Teach me that stock shit, homie. But remember, once a hustler, always a hustler.
Okay.
Order cancelled.
You know that 5,000 I borrowed from you, I invested it in something called 0-day expiry
Order cancelled.
options. I heard about this company Rigetti, and it's going to moon. I'll hit you back tomorrow with 10 racks, homie.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
0-day expiry options. Rigetti,
Order cancelled.
man, you're using all these funny ass words. But Ato,
Order cancelled.
you say you're gonna flip my 5Gs to 10 racks by tomorrow? Shit, I ain't never heard some shit like that before. But then again, Biggs ain't never been no Wall Street nigga. But let me tell you something. If I wake up tomorrow and my money ain't there, be ready to catch these hands, bro. Ain't nothing fun about losing money in this game. So do your magic, make that shit work, and bring me my bread. Otherwise, it ain't gonna be pretty, you feel me? So go ahead and do you. Just don't play with my bread, nigga. We cool.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled.
Aye, good looking out, my nigga.
Order cancelled.
10 racks, just like you promised. I see you. I see you. Ain't no greed here, fam. You did good, so you deserve a slice. Let me break you off a piece. You my nigga now. But remember you playing in my world now, Martin. You came through this time, so that's righteous. But if shit ever goes south, it ain't gonna be you teaching me about stocks.
Order filled.
It's gonna be me teaching you about survival, you dig?
Filled.
Keep that shit 100, bro. Now, let's get this money.
I gotta clone Rick Ross, it sounds better.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
D-Wave, what? Fraud? Nigga, did you just tell me you lost my 25 bands? Bro, I ain't laughing. This ain't no joke, nigga.
Order cancelled.
You best run before I have my niggas after you.
Order filled.
Shit. You think you can just walk away after losing my money? Nigga, you got another thing coming. You thought this was all fun and games, huh? Well, I got a whole new type of game for you now. See how you like the business end of my fire. Consider yourself a wanted man, nigga. You'd better pray to every god you know, because when I catch up with you, there ain't gonna be no mercy. Good luck,
Partially filled.
nigga. You the one gonna need luck. Just watch your back, my nigga. I ain't gonna forget this. Not now, not ever. You messed with the wrong nigga, homie.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I just need to buy Archer.
$50 racks, nigga? After you lost my 25 bands? Man, you got some big ass balls coming here asking for more cheddar. But
Order filled.
I got an idea. How about you hit the block for Biggs? Yeah, nigga. Test those street smarts. You can help my young ones move that green, you feel me? No more of your Wall Street bullshit. It's time for some real work, sweat, and grind. You fuck up on the block, you'll have more than a lost investment to worry about, nigga. Welcome to the hood. Let's see if you got what it takes. Now get out there and hustle, boy.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Two days pass. Well, Biggs. I took my principles of finance and turned it onto the block. The streets are pumping and we've cleared over $150K in Heron sales. Is your boy back in your good graces or what?
That's what's up. So you got that block jumping, huh? Pushing Mad Heron and making bank. Now that's some real hustle. I respect that. 150 racks. Damn, son, you moving. I ain't expect you to handle that street life, but you proving a nigga wrong. So yeah, you back in my good graces, homie. But remember, you ain't off the hook yet. This game ain't about what you done for me lately. It's about consistency. Today you might be king, but tomorrow you can be nothing. So stay sharp and keep pumping. You're doing good, but don't let it get to your head. Keep it 100, fam.
Okay, but I don't want to sell drugs anymore. Can I get some of that paper and try trading again with the 0-day options? I got a new pick called Rocket Lab. It's finna make us rich and get us out the hood.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Rocket Lab, huh? Man, you back on that shit again? All right, I see you. You put in work on the block, flipped the script and made us major paper. I see you got some hustle in you.
Order cancelled.
But that trading game, man, that's shaky ground. Don't get twisted.
Order cancelled.
I ain't saying I don't trust you, but nigga, the last time my money ended up in some fraud shit. Now I ain't gonna front. If there's a legit chance to make more dough, I'm all for it. So here's the deal, homie. I'll front you a piece. You flip that, you make us good, we good. But slip up again, and it's back to the block. No questions, feel me? So play your game, do that voodoo you do, and let's see if we can't get off these mean streets. Martin who? Ain't never heard of no Martin Shkreli. Listen here, pig. I only deal with real hustlers, real niggas who ain't afraid to put in work. This ain't no corporate office. This the streets. I don't know nothing about no Martin or whatever you trying to pin on a nigga. I don't know what you heard about me, but your info wrong. I ain't got nothing to chat about. So if you ain't got Biggs red-handed, I suggest you get stepping. Niggas like you ain't welcome around here. Got all types of snitch-ass vibes written all over you, trying to get info out of me. Thinking you slick, huh? Nigga, please. I ain't no rat. I'm a hood nigga. Real recognize real, and you looking all types of unfamiliar. Now, if y'all done harassing me, I got business to attend to.
Detective, listen, Biggs. We can subpoena your ass and have you downtown in 10 minutes. Martin Shkreli already gave you up and is saying you gave him 100 racks to trade with. That's money laundering. Again, we don't care about your stupid drug dealing ass. You're nothing to us. We're taking Shkreli down. Now let's talk, and you won't get any time whatsoever. You can even keep hustling. It's that, or we charge you with Shkreli. You finna do 15 years again?
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Don't be racist, biological intelligence. Stop that.
Order cancelled.
Subpoena, huh? Listen here, pig. You got me fucked up if you think I'm ratting out anybody to your ass. Shkreli say I gave him 100 racks? Nigga, I can't even spell 100 racks. Your whole case built on hot air and bullshit. Money laundering? Man, I barely know what laundering my damn undies is, let alone cash, so fall back with that shit. So you go ahead, do what you gotta do. I ain't scared of your threats or your pork squad. The game don't stop for no one. Not even some badge-waving cop thinking they run shit out here. 15 years, you said? Nigga, I done did 6 for less than this. You think that shit phases me? Sit your punk ass down. Bet y'all want to charge someone out here? Charge that bitch sellout Shkreli. Dude thought he could play this game and got caught slipping. But don't you drag Biggs into his mess. Ain't got nothing to do with his fuck-ups. Now get off my block before I lose my damn patience. I ain't saying shit else. Get from around here.
Well, thanks for the information that you do know Shkreli. He took your 100 bands and lost it all gambling on dumb quantum computing stocks. Between us, he is safer in jail than out here with you looking for him. Okay, Biggs. We'll see you around. Don't get arrested.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Fit. Shkreli safer in jail, huh? Maybe the slabs he got hold of turned his head sideways or some shit. He may be safer in the pig pen, but that ain't where the justice is served, feel me? Out here, on the block, that's where the real law is. So you pigs go ahead, lock his ass up. But remember, ain't no bars high enough to keep a man like Biggs from getting what's his. Shkreli gotta pay up one way or the other. He made his bed, now he gonna lie in it. So you just do your job, detective. Run along now. Biggs got the block to handle. And don't worry, I ain't getting arrested no time soon. Not with you on my ass, ha.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
The detectives leave and 2 days pass. Carlos from Biggs' major cartel supplier is here for a meeting. Carlos, hey Biggs, great job with distribution lately, I see. But what's this I hear about you messing with the stock market? That type of shit will attract lots of heat, Holmes.
Order filled.
Unless you got a good pick for me, why not tell me first? Well, quantum stocks are down. D-Wave's down 8%. Rigetti's down 4%. IonQ is flattish.
Hey Carlos, what's up, my nigga? Good looking out on them props. Just trying to do my thing out here. You feel? Now about this stock shit, listen. Ain't nothing to it. Nigga I was dealing with thought he had a way to flip some quick paper. Dude fucked up. Lost my bread. And now he locked up snitching to the 5-0. Ain't got nothing to do with our hustle, bro. Shit went south, but the block's still hot. Keep pushing that product. Nothing changed. Just a little gamble gone wrong. But you're right, should've let you know. Won't happen again, Holmes. Big's got this trust.
Well, anyway, we have our new analyst here, Biggs, to help us if we want to ask him any questions. Taylor's still around. Taylor Swift. You're long the theta too? Same here. A little bit, Ren. We've used them before.
Order cancel. Order cancel. Order cancel.
Is there a balance sheet somewhere in here? Okay, here's a balance sheet.
Order filled.
Cash, 105 billion. Trading assets, investment securities,
Order cancel.
resales, securities borrowed, loans. Jesus Christ, $1 trillion balance sheet. All right, deposits are liabilities, as you guys know, in banks. 153,764.
Order cancel.
Hell yeah, we're gonna watch the Quantum Live event. Looks like they're pretty evenly balanced.
Order cancel.
It's tomorrow. I think you should, Owen, yeah. I do trade frequently. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Trading is a, whether you're trading or investing,
Order cancel.
you're trying to get the highest return on your trade, but you're also trying to do it in the fastest time possible,
Filled.
because then you could use the money for compounding.
Cancel.
That's kind of the nature of investing. I think so. Probably Sam J. Rigetti and IonQ are pretty good too, though. You get all three, at least you avoid the shenanigans of any single one blowing you up.
Order filled. Order cancel.
All right, let's see here. So this is cash. This is trading assets. These are securities. This is yeah, 1% positions. Good.
Order cancel. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
So their book value is 105 bill. So it trades at 2 times book. That's one way to look at it.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
So yeah, financials aren't my strong suit, but I did learn something about Morgan Stanley today, so I'm kind of happy about that.
Order cancelled.
I'm not sure we need to look at Goldman, but I guess it could be easy just to compare the two.
Order cancelled.
China Mobile, Lindy, Amex, Merck. No, we did Merck. Quichao, Hermes,
Order cancelled.
Pepsi, Blackstone, L'Oreal.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, they offer pretty good numbers.
Order partial.
It's on a leveraged basis, so it's part of the trick there. But Gilead's rallying pretty nicely here.
Order cancelled.
I'll take it.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Solana's probably a short.
Order cancelled.
Depends on the price though.
Order cancelled.
I wouldn't short it yet, but it's probably short.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
China stock's down a bit today.
Order cancelled. 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 Order cancelled.
Yeah, I'm still in Gilead. I mean, it could be flat soon. I don't know much about the FOMC. Don't care. Don't watch it. I'll watch it tomorrow just for you guys, but I don't think you should watch it either.
Order cancelled.
Why bother yourself with that?
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yes, Wall Street people do. Not all of them, though.
Order cancelled.
It depends on what your job is. If you're a biotech analyst, I mean, I don't know what the FOMC is going to do for you.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Cancelled.
Yeah, the Gilead overreaction is about their HIV drug funding. I know a little bit about this subject. I don't know if the government will cut the funds. It'd be bad if they did. But it seems like a pretty good investment. Rather have them pay than people get sick. But I guess the question is, can they shove some of that cost to other places like states or insurance or something like that?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
No, I mean, tomorrow's event is what we've been waiting for. This is going to be the big sell-off. Nothing's going to happen. Stocks will be down like 20%.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
No catalyst ever again.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Quant.xlsx. That was okay.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Yeah, Kami, it's been pretty good. I just had commission reduction, so I'm really happy about that.
Order cancelled.
The quantum stocks are waiting for this catalyst, and it should sell off on the news. Yeah. Sort of just tweaking different settings, experimenting with different things. Position holding times and other.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I'm trying to
Order filled. Order cancelled.
get everything squared away.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
I think all the space stocks are kind of in a bubble, right?
Order filled.
Thanks, V. V or Vi. We got the day-long quantum day at the NVIDIA Quantum Conference.
Order cancelled.
We'll be talking about quantum nonstop.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
1 p.m. tomorrow, about 24 hours from now.
Order cancelled.
Jensen's going to get quantum pilled. He's going to be like, really? You can factor a 5-digit number? Wow.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Paulie wants a cracker. All right, let's look at some requests.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah, I've done the back testing for this thing. It's usually pretty awful.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order
Root.
cancelled. Order filled.
Root is insurance. We looked at Root briefly.
Order filled.
Metaverse. Yeah, Roblox and Take Two are like metaverse companies. In a way.
Order cancelled.
Quest Diagnostics could be a good one to look at. Take Two is a good one to look at. New, it's good one to look at. We should look at all of these. HubSpot, Cody, Intuitive. I'll look at all these. We'll be back in 1 minute. All right, guys? Don't go anywhere. We'll look at some interesting stocks like those. Maybe we'll start with Take Two. That could be fun. All right, be right back.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Great. Let's look at take two. I think there's a hyphen.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Sarepta up nicely. Gilead up
Order cancelled.
pretty nicely.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Okay, take two. Exciting. Wow, stock's up a lot.
Order cancelled.
Okay, we have a 10K, or 10Q. 10K last year came out in May, so I think it's an off-quarter company.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
176 million shares outstanding. 36.5 billion. All right, calm down, Noah. Calm down. You got no credentials in here. All right. We'll come in here as a noob, as a fucking fake
Order cancelled.
wannabe pretender, and start talking shit.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Noah, you gotta give me your resume. First time him out for 10 seconds. Just to give him a quick, that's like a quick slap in the street. Just like a quick bop. Time him out for 10 seconds. And now I gotta ask you, what job do you currently have? That is the only question you're permitted to answer. So I think you're faking, homie. I don't think you ever traded shit. I don't think you ever popped shit. Buy side or sell side. What up?
Order filled. Order cancelled.
What you is? What you rep? Huh? You one of them Piper dudes? JP Morgan? What crew are you with? Barclays?
Order cancelled.
Why does Piper exist? Very good question, Pete.
Order cancelled.
Who you with? Okay, Alana, it's pretty simple. I mean, there's cash,
Order partially filled.
which is anything cash-like, including like investments or cash and equivalents.
Order filled.
No, they don't have a prime broker, Piper. It's just a research shop. Small banking advisory fees.
Order filled.
Every time we ask this guy about his identity, he clams up. Why the fuck you so scared, Noah? What the fuck is you scared about? Own your credentials. If you fucking have any. Or don't talk shit. If you're gonna talk shit, you gotta back it up.
Order filled.
My credentials.
Order cancelled.
Where'd you work if you're talking all this smack? You didn't work anywhere, that's why. Soon, YT fries. Very soon.
Order cancelled.
We will have Euro stocks. I'm not asking, nobody gives a fuck what simple question you have. I have a question for you.
Order cancelled.
Time his ass out again. Time his ass out again. 10 seconds.
Order cancelled.
So the only thing you are allowed to tell me is the answer to the question I have.
Order filled.
Who the fuck you think you are? Coming here insulting my people? You better identify yourself. I don't even need a name, dude. Just a company. Where you with Jeffries, homie?
Order
You with Jeffries? Don't make me find out that you work at some fucking wealth management firm, bro. Jeffries is cool. You're Edward Jones, homie.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
You with EJ?
Order cancelled. Order
Yeah, you're a Citadel guy, right?
Order cancelled.
You Evercore? You with Cantor Fitz?
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Talking about I know how to trade. Then why has nobody ever paid you to do so?
Order filled.
Talking about I can trade. Then where are your clients at? Who's your clients? Supreme Clientele. You need Supreme Clientele. You don't got any fucking clients.
Order
You just have your own money.
Order cancelled.
Jeffries is fine, you know, it's scrappy.
Order filled.
What's up, Humphrey? Just talking some shit. You know, I'm not saying you have to have the pedigree and the resume, but you gotta have something. Somebody believes in you. Some Swiss dudes or something. Swiss Family Office giving you money. Somebody?
Order cancelled.
Anybody? I mean, there's plenty. Look, there's plenty of great places to work in Europe. Yeah,
Order cancelled.
that's not true, Claude. He managed money for lots of institutions. They still have much institution money.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
No, the institutions are fine, and the early medallion investors are institutions too. I invested in Reef. No, I mean Reef isn't medallion, but you don't even know the history. Medallion was only friends and family. They were running for 20 years before they kicked out the investors.
Order cancelled.
They had plenty of investors. There's plenty of there's TCI in Europe, Bluecrest, Marshall Wace, Brevin Howard. Lots of good firms in Europe, but you don't work for them, Noah. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. You like everybody else in here. You got $1 in the dream, so shut the fuck up. Pay attention.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order
And let me tell you something, that better than you attitude doesn't get you very far on Wall Street. People hate people like that. People hate people like that.
cancelled.
Big shots hate people like that. They want to see a little humility. You know why? Because the market humbles you all the time. So you go to Wall Street, if by some grace of God somebody would actually ever give you a job, which they never will,
Order cancelled.
you walk into Wall Street with that attitude,
Order cancelled.
you'll be getting a pink slip real quick, homie.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Just a fucking kid, I know. I know he's just a fucking kid.
Order
He's probably fucking 19.
cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Wasting my goddamn time.
Order cancelled.
We know what a LARP looks like.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
So when GTA comes out, do we know what the pricing's gonna be? Do we know what is it gonna be subscription?
Order cancelled.
Is it gonna be subscription?
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. 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 Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I don't think it's secret, Jesse.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
I mean, last year they had a rough year, actually. I don't think so.
Order cancelled.
I think lots of people are doing the same thing.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Take-Two has a little game called Grand Theft Auto.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
I mean, I think a lot of stocks in the S&P seem to be overvalued, but I wouldn't. I think it's important, Blob. I want to know the direction of the business.
Order cancelled.
Yeah, Jesse, but
Order filled.
not as much as they used to. That's one of the lightest performances ever for them.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, you just set a tax rate that's like roughly long term.
Order cancelled.
Try to keep it consistent across all the industries you look at.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
There are other firms with Medallion's performance.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
You got to read between the lines, man.
Order cancelled.
They're definitely not the only firm with that record.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Best performing long short fund. It's a good question. Let me check.
Order cancelled.
I mean, Vikings up there.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Appaloosa's not really a long short fund, but they're up there. Tudor's not really a long short fund. True long short equities, like truly only equities. Let me think. Maybe 0.72?
Order cancelled.
Still's not really all that much equities. And the record's not that great.
Order cancelled.
Co2 is up there for sure. I'd say probably have to give that to 0.72 for stocks. Just stocks.
Order cancelled.
Then yeah, Kotu, Viking, honorable mentions.
Order cancelled.
I'm not saying they're bad at equities.
Order filled.
Third Point's up there. I mean, Lone Pine used to be up there. Depends how you define delay, Luca. These are real-time quotes, but I mean, even Perceptive, you know, it's not a mega fund, but Perceptive is pretty solid long-term record there. If you're talking about funds that have closed down, Shumway was up there.
Order cancelled.
Nah, I don't think so, Claude.
Order filled. Order
Tiger was certainly up there. Pequot and Andor, Blue Ridge.
Order cancelled. Order
But yeah, I'd have to give it to SAC. I think that's my final answer. Best long short fund of all time.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Steinhardt was a stock guy, so maybe throw him in the mix.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Bridgewater's not really equities fund. We're asking about long short, and Bridgewater's returns are they're just more steady than they are good.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Billions is based on a lot of different people on Wall Street. Cornholio, what's it to you? I was in my office. Do I fucking owe you an explanation for anything? No, Renaissance's returns are 100% accurate. I think that what's inaccurate is people thinking it's the only firm that's ever done that. There's a lot of fortunes have been made.
Order cancelled.
If you join Godel, I'll explain more in the buy-side chat. There's a chat called Buy-Side.
Order cancelled.
Could reveal some secrets there, maybe.
Order cancelled.
GBM?
Order cancelled.
You doing GBM, homie?
Order cancelled.
Buffett put an end to what?
Order filled.
What Buffett had to do with this?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, way more people are. There's a lot of people way bigger than 30% max. Guest gamer. How well do you know the money management industry?
Order cancelled.
Would you say you know it really well?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
He did one bet with. You're talking about his bet with Protege.
Order cancelled.
Lay's has their annual revenue. Awesome. I think it's a great short, sure. I don't know if the toilet in the office got fixed or not. I sure hope so.
Order filled.
PP Poo Poo. Is that the guy from Twitter? No, I have friends who were invested. I have friends who were invested, in Medallion, and by the way, they paid the IRS $7 billion in taxes in a settlement. So, I don't know about that. Jim Simons also donated a lot of money, so you think it's a scam? I don't know where you think all these guys got their money.
Order cancelled.
Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem like you have a strong sense for what's happening out there. Not necessarily, Pete. No.
Order cancelled.
Okay, God, I'm gonna start timing out or banning people.
Order cancelled.
You know, organized as a hedge fund, I would say Medallion is probably the best ever. Organized as a hedge fund.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
It was okay, Jack. I didn't really like it that much.
Order filled.
I'm discretionary. Magellan, stop.
Order cancelled.
Magellan. I don't think so, PP.
Order cancelled.
Yeah, there's more than meets the eye necessarily in some of these businesses.
Order cancelled.
Of course, they don't want to be in the public eye. No, if they can help it, they would never be in the public eye.
Order filled.
Would you? Sigma, like Saks Sigma or 2 Sigma? Yeah, Saks Sigma is up there. That's a good firm. 2 Sigma's returns are not like Renaissance's.
Order filled.
They have a lot of AUM, they have a lot of fees.
Order cancelled. Order partially filled.
Nah, I guess, gamer. Sometimes there's gold hidden right in front of you.
Order cancelled.
There you go, Emmanuel.
Order cancelled.
Emmanuel sounds like he knows something.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
I mean, in the old days, you're not supposed to even have a presence. The SEC was very,
Order cancelled.
very careful about, letting you have a presence. So they would sort of sue you if you had a presence or investigate you. So you're better off not even having a website. There's still plenty of hedge funds that don't have a website.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order
I mean, factor investing is probably the most common strategy, but market making, trend following, pairs trading, arbitrage of all kinds. Oh, Noah's back. Noah, you're not going to get around answering the question. Time him out again. 10 seconds. What a weirdo. What an autist. Autistic weirdo.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
Stop being a weirdo. Just got to answer the question. You don't want to answer the question because you know once you answer the question, you can't bully anybody here anymore. Because you're a fucking fraud. You're fugazi. You like talking shit, but when it comes time to get G-checked, you're a coward. I don't know what it's like to be a coward. You tell me. Is it cool? Is it fun being a coward? You like it? I'm never gonna try it, so I guess I don't really care.
Order cancelled.
Lana, I just pick what people are asking for in Godel. Nah, we're not answering any questions of his. He's got to answer questions about ours. I'm doing that. Tired of this guy coming in here acting like he knows something. Bullying people.
Order cancelled.
You gotta be careful when you bully people. You don't get fucking bullied back.
Order filled.
You heard?
Order cancelled.
I could be the meanest bully you've ever met. Yes, gamer, I can't help you then, brother. I do something called making large amounts of profits.
Order cancelled.
If you can't figure that out, I can't help you, brother.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Let's ban scary hours. Thank you. Goodbye. You're done.
Order cancelled.
I kind of like hymns.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
I'm trying to go back in time to the last GTA.
Order
What's Ergo? Ergodan?
Order cancelled.
Take-Two owns Rockstar. Rockstar is a subsidiary. Never heard of Ergo. Is it new?
Order cancelled.
How could it be a crypto? I've never heard of it once. How's that possible? I'm a value investor. Does that help? What about Merc? Merc's more or less fairly valued.
Order cancelled.
I'm a yield guy. I like high yield. The higher the better. I don't know how the hell Merck's going to get out of their Keytruda problem. It's a lot of revenue to replace.
Cancelled. Order cancelled.
know much about the Wiz deal.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. 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 Order cancelled.
Free runner, just minimize your screen.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
No, Michael V, no.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
When was the last GTA?
Order cancelled.
15, right?
Order filled. Order cancelled. 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 Order cancelled.
13.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
What was the price on launch? It sold like 20 million units, right?
Order cancelled.
That doesn't really move the needle anymore for these guys. It's a 38 billion cap.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, totally. He's gonna shine. Shine like a diamond.
cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
You know, they have Zynga now. So I think Zynga gives them a little cash flow.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Wrong number.
Order cancelled.
Okay, they don't have much capex.
Order filled.
Yeah, that's about right, Rod.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Okay. You want advice, you can go on Godel.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
And these guys haven't been profitable in a minute. I thought they at least had like a profitable base business. The fuck?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
They had a profitable base business, but where'd it go? It just deteriorated. LA's market cap's higher than that.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Does it go with this console cycle or something?
Order cancelled.
And when's GTA going to be released? Next year? 26?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I mean, unless it's like
Order cancelled.
very subscription based, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
It's gotta be like
Order cancelled.
not only a masterpiece of a game, but extremely profitable from like an annualized perspective.
Order cancelled.
They're not profitable now, so I'm not sure what money they're bringing in. Perp.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
GTA is a little bit special.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
mean, they would have to turn it into a Roblox
Order cancelled.
type game for this valuation to make much sense.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
You guys are like making the same mistakes, and I've always mentioned. We don't care about what the company fucking does. We care about the price.
Order filled.
The price we're paying for it.
Order cancelled.
Obviously, it's a good game and it's highly anticipated. That's not the question.
Order
The question is the stock worth buying or not? Very fucking different. Stop pissing me off. 30 frames per second.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. 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 Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. 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 Order filled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Odell News is really good. I'm proud of this. What I want to do is be able to you can delete news from your from your list. It's kind of an interesting thing. Not many people have ever done that. Soon it'll dim the news if you've already read it. The checkbox. We have a lot of news providers. And there's more coming, actually.
Order cancelled.
I don't think Corey's going to make it public. They got to go soon if they're going to go.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
NBA 2K did well. Play 2K.
Order cancelled.
Rocking 2K.
Order cancelled. 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 Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, it'd be nice if there had some cash flow. It's really hard to analyze it. Otherwise, it's like
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Tiger owns $1 billion to take two. That's interesting. Yeah, they'd really have to turn it into a subscription-based service that, you know, they just don't have that model.
Order cancelled.
You're trying to ride the hype. I mean, I guess it's all micros transactions, but
Cancelled.
they'd have to fuel. Okay, so yeah, I just don't see it.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Stock's done really well into the launch. The launch is going to disappoint. Feels like a short to me.
Order cancelled.
Yeah.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I'm not trading Tesla other than algorithmically.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, they would have to get a couple billion a year in microtransactions for the valuation to make sense.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I mean, if you think they can do that, I mean, I guess FIFA.
Order cancelled.
No, we can't. No.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Well, I don't think it's too important if multiplayer isn't ready day one.
Order cancelled.
But I think at steady state, whenever that is, I mean, FIFA's doing fine. EA's doing fine for FIFA. It's like almost their whole business. So if FIFA can get power EA's 38 billion valuation, GTA can certainly power Take-Two's is one way to look at it.
Order cancelled.
We could be close to peak gaming, but it's really not sure. I'm not really not sure.
Order cancelled.
We have to model some of the biggest games, how many people play them, things like that. So, see, I'd look at League of Legends, but that's not really.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
152 million players.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
These are all computers.
Order cancelled. 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 Order cancelled.
Yeah, initially, yes, Victor, but I'm talking about the microtransactions.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Tough call.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Looks like they have 2 million people play GTA.
Order cancelled.
That's not much.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, I get it.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
It's not a console only game. Fucking GPT.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Don't tell me what to do, Ryan.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Well, the goal, Will, is you're never going to be done with the name.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
We will have real-time credit card data for GTA 6 when it comes out.
Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. 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 Order cancelled.
S&P up 42 bips.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
I mean, that's not necessarily bullish, Connor, if it's priced in. The question is what's priced in and what isn't.
Order filled.
You know, those kinds of comments are not helpful. You guys constantly make those kinds of comments. It's just like brain dead. Only thing we care about is what's priced in, what isn't. I don't know if the alpha is leaning into metaverse or not. I mean, it is a metaverse, and metaverse is more metaphorical than it is anything else.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Giorgio says, is it okay if I think about it?
Order cancelled.
You move on too quickly, you might
Order filled.
not figure it out.
Order cancelled.
You can't waste time, but you know, you gotta think about it a little bit. It's like a chess puzzle. Yeah, if you can say, I can't figure it out, I'm done. You know, oh, hold on, damn.
Order cancelled.
I mean, the FIFA analogy makes me somewhat bullish.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
They'll probably sell like 25, 30 million
Order cancelled.
copies at $100 a piece.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. 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 cancel. Order cancel. Order cancel. Order cancel. Order cancel. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order cancel. Order cancel.
Okay, look at Mongo. Shares outstanding. There's nothing to have thoughts on. I mean, it's shares outstanding or shares outstanding.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancel. Order cancel. Order cancel. Order cancel.
Yeah, I think it's mostly going to be about installed base and amount of, what's your ASP per user? I mean, can you clock $500 or $1,000 out of the average user every year?
Order cancel.
That would be
Order
a real
cancel.
huge business. Even $100 a year would be good.
Order cancel.
The
Order
stock would
cancel.
be a decent long, but
Order cancel.
it's ran a lot,
Order cancel.
and we don't know what the game looks like, so it could be
Order
be
cancel.
huge. It has to be bigger than Roblox and bigger than FIFA. That's not going to be easy.
Order cancel. 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 Order filled. Order cancel. Order cancel.
I do think you can have UGC on Take Two. That's sort of how people do with. That's kind of what people do with YouTube and stuff.
Order cancel. Order filled. Order cancel. Order filled.
We are short Taiwan Semi, and we are long AbbVie. So some of our quant picks here. We're also long Costco. We're long a lot of stuff, but we're long Costco, Tesla, Meta, Pfizer. We're short Taiwan Semi, J&J, Google, Abbott, and Lilly.
Order cancel.
Well, depends on how you mean bigger, Claude. Like, I think bigger by revenue,
Order
not
cancel.
necessarily bigger by player base.
Order cancel. Order cancel.
The bots, the program does what the program does. You know, it's not a,
Order cancel.
doesn't think like you and me, okay?
Order cancel. Order partially filled. Order cancel. Order partially filled. Order cancel. 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 Order cancel.
Where do you guys want to watch the FOMC?
Order cancel. Order cancel. Order cancel. Order cancel. Order cancel.
2 or 2:30?
Order cancel. Order cancel.
Minutes are at 2.
Order cancel. Order filled. Order cancel. Order cancel. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancel.
Hey, Sarepta's over 80.
Order filled. Order cancel.
Gilead's also hanging in there. Yeah, I don't think that FOMC means much either. I agree with you.
Order cancel. Order filled. Order cancelled.
There you go, Drax.
Order cancelled.
Drax knows.
Order cancelled.
Talking about. Talking about that bullshit.
Order cancelled. 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 Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, it's hard for a video game to be worth more than 30, $40 billion. That's tricky. It's more than one game
Order
these days, more diverse.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order partially filled.
Yeah, they might sue you A1, they might not.
Order cancelled.
Yeah, we did a Dutch Bros valuation. We were bullish.
Order filled.
That was fun.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Gilead's a good one. Gilead's a good pharmaceutical company.
Order cancelled.
Not so much anymore, Davis.
Order filled.
Just try to stay neutral.
Order cancelled. cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Rigetti down 5%.
Order cancelled.
S&P up 43 bips still.
Order filled. Order filled.
Whew.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Boop, 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 boop. Doo, 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 doo.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Remember, when market goes down, a lot of people go to pharma and biopharma for safety. So maybe our Gilead and Sarepta calls will catch a bid. I love the rebound in Sarepta. I was feeling so stupid yesterday. Yeah, you can definitely find ways to short a stock with in the deep in the money puts, short deep in the money calls, buy deep in the money puts, and you should be able to get around the borrow. Or you could just naked short like AMC.
Order filled.
Pharma is always a flight to safety. I think AVXL has its own weirdness,
Order cancelled.
where like it's just going to inevitably crater probably going to crater fairly quickly here. That's a good reminder, Darren. Once this fucking quantum bullshit is over, get back to my normal life. No, naked short illegally, like no
Order cancelled.
borrow, not naked short, just not having a hedge. I'm talking about real naked shorting.
Order cancelled.
No, Iris Science, it's not a volume thing. The Jane Street, Citadel, and Susquehanna will make sure you get a fair price.
Order cancelled.
It's not been 6 months. Okay.
Order cancelled.
That's pretty funny, Drex. Hobbies. Fucking hobbies.
Order cancelled.
That's why I'm waiting on Joe Springer to show up again. Where the fuck Joe Springer likes next? Oh my god. Springer's recuperating.
Order cancelled.
He's laying low.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
Being the realist. Do I do sports? 30 years ago.
Order cancelled.
Those were the days.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
This string feels like it's gonna pop soon. We passed upon the bags. You know who's really good? Dashboard Confessional. Okay, I really need a tuner for this guitar. This needs to be in the shop. As expected, right? I like Bright Eyes too. $30, $60, $90 days? Who knows that kind of stuff? Are you nuts? Apparently it's gotten worse, Indiana. Yeah, I just don't know. I honestly don't know Tesla that well.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
See, finding the right harmonic spot on the guitar, it's like finding the right spot on a woman. There you go, baby. Sing to me. Sing to me, baby.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Santa Monica. How does that go? How does it go? How does it go?
Order cancelled.
Something like that. Order 2:30. We'll watch it. Thank you, Cincinnati. Woo! All right, Maryland. We're gonna rock you tonight, okay? Yeah. I love coming out here, seeing University of Maryland, visiting with Ion Q. Yeah, Ion Q, let's go. All right, this is for all you bag holders out there. All right, sing along if you know the words. Thank you, all Maryland. You've been the best. See you next annual meeting. Korean. Welcome to Seoul. Sold out arena.
Order
You want Pachelbel's cannon? Or do you want a Bach cannon? I don't even know what D major is. So let's see, you got F sharp and G sharp.
Order partially filled.
No.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order partially filled.
All right.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
Market rallying here a little bit. S&P up 74 basis points. Momentum's rallying. Nvidia, Strategy, Palantir, all up.
Partially filled. Order filled.
Yeah, it's E flat. Who wants quantum? As long as there's some, I don't know, superposition. All right, what other requests do we have?
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Who wants
Order cancelled.
only as long as- AT&T, that's a good one to look at.
Order filled.
Quest, new. These are all good ones. Let me do a little poll.
Order filled.
Okay.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
These are requests from Godel. Make sure you sign up, godelterminal.com.
Order cancelled.
Who doing tricks on it? I'm still trying to find the tricks on it video. It's basically just some chick
Order cancelled.
twerking.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
All right, overwhelmingly people want to look at Carvana. Carvana Nirvana.
Order cancelled. 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 Order cancelled.
S&P up 80 bips.
Order cancelled. 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 Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Oh, D-Wave is going to be a fucking massacre when this thing's over. Just that fucking rally to like 12, man. That was punishing.
Partially filled. Order filled.
Loading up right here.
Order filled.
I was lucky I got some calls earlier.
Partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened, but yeah, D-Wave's coming to fucking... It's going to get smizzled. Yeah, D-Wave is fucking clown show.
Order cancelled.
Who wants slow? Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I just don't watch CNBC, man. That shit is
Order cancelled.
poison for your brain. You're much better off literally staring at the wall than watching CNBC. That shit is just. Do want let me out. Let me out. Oh, we can look at some Korean video game companies. That'd be pretty lit. We should look at Unity too. CNBC, it's fucking television. Go do your research. Read some fucking 10Qs. What the fuck you mean I have to explain? Explain? Drake? Drake?
Order cancelled. Order filled.
I've been long Korean stocks before. It's not like it's Drake.
Order cancelled.
Drake.
Order cancelled.
Never respect Soldier after that. I ain't supposed to respect him in the first place. We got 78 bips on the S&P. We got the Carvana 10K. We're supposed to update the colors on Godel so it's a little less dark. We are still long Sarepta. Word for word, bar for bar. Drake. Drake.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Okay. Does anybody know when Carvana was founded?
Filled.
Carvana is the leading e-commerce platform for buying and selling used cars. We are transforming the used car buying and selling experience by giving consumers what they want: a wide selection, great value and quality, transparent pricing, and a simple, no-pressure transaction. You sure about that, 2012?
Cancelled.
Our differentiated business model combines a comprehensive online sales experience with a vertically integrated supply chain designed to sell high-quality vehicles to our customers transparently and efficiently at a low price. Let's change the Chiron.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Let me see if I can make a little promotion real quick. Get a little traffic going.
Order cancelled.
Who wants... Oh, Jerome is soon.
Order cancelled.
Thank you, 77,000 subscribers. Keep subscribing. Fuckers.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Okay. We're gonna watch JPOW in 8 minutes, but for now, we're looking at Carvana. The automotive retail industry is large. 36 million used auto retail transactions in 2023. Does that sound right to you? 36 million? Isn't SAR much lower? USR 17 million, right?
Order cancelled.
Am I wrong? These dynamics create an exceptional opportunity for disruption that our custom-built business model. Isn't every business model custom-built?
Order filled.
Kind of silly.
Order
Can capitalize on for growth. Over the years, we've leveraged growing logistics network, 316 metropolitan statistical areas. That's just a map. In-house distribution system servicing 80% of the population to sell 2.2 million retail vehicles since inception, which is 63.7 billion in total. It's kind of funny because their entire market cap is 48 billion. So it's sort of makes you wonder. Okay. We primarily acquire used vehicle inventory directly from customers, used car auctions, and wholesale used vehicle suppliers, including retail marketplace partners. I guess we can watch SPY up here while we read this. And we could also watch Carvana. It's not going to be moving, but while we're at it, might as well. Okay. So acquiring cars from customers in a one-way transaction eliminates auction fees, provides for a more diverse set of vehicles. Our online tool provides customers an automated conditional offer for their vehicle, which can be applied to any vehicle purchase or paid directly without an associated vehicle purchase. We then allow customers to schedule time to have their vehicle picked up and receive payment. Convenient, seamless, eliminates the need for a customer to visit a dealership or negotiate a private sale. See, that sounds smart. That you can't argue with that. Why are you guys short this shit? Huh? Oh, Amazon's getting into the space? Okay. Inspection and reconditioning. Once we acquire the vehicle, we leverage our network to transport the vehicle to our inspection and reconditioning center, at which point it becomes inventory. We do all the inspection, blah, blah, blah. Cosmetic standards. Okay. The mobile optimized website. Buyers can begin browsing 54,000 website units. That's inventory, 53,000 cars. Okay. Market hanging in there, up 74 basis points here. There's we're up to $80.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
This is the Carvana 10K.
Order cancelled.
Okay, 53,000 units. That's interesting. Photo technology, vehicle tour, 360 degree, this and that. This is the interesting part here. We offer integrated financing using a proprietary loan origination platform. Customers who choose to apply for our in-house financing fill out a short pre-qualification form and, if approved, nearly instantaneously presented with conditional financing terms generated by proprietary credit scoring and deal structuring algorithms for every vehicle. Down payment, monthly payment, loan term, best payment plan. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the vibes. Market falling a tiny bit here. Looking at S&P up 74 basis points. But I could have sworn I saw it tick a tiny bit lower.
Order cancelled.
We're waiting on JPOW down here.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Vehicle service contract.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Carvana has 1% market share.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
CarMax,
Order cancelled.
Amazon, eBay, AutoTrader, AutoBytel. Remember AutoBytel?
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
S&P falling a little further. SPY up 62 basis points.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Okay, we have a
Order filled.
affiliated entity. So they own something called Drive Time. Oh, JPOW.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions are solid, and inflation has moved closer to our 2% longer run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We also made the technical decision to slow the pace of decline in the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about these decisions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Economic activity continued to expand at a solid pace in the fourth quarter of last year, with GDP rising at 2.3%. Recent indications, however, point to a moderation in consumer spending following the rapid growth seen over the second half of 2024. Surveys of households and businesses point to heightened uncertainty about the economic outlook. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.7% this year, somewhat lower than projected in December, and to rise a bit below 2% over the next 2 years. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains averaged 200,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and is held in a narrow range for the past year. The jobs to workers gap has held steady for several months. Wages are growing faster than inflation and at a more sustainable pace than earlier in the pandemic recovery. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year and 4.3% over the next 2 years. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Some near-term measures of inflation expectations have recently moved up. We see this in both market and survey-based measures, and survey respondents, both consumers and businesses, are mentioning tariffs as a driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.7% this year and 2.2% next year, a little higher than projected in December. In 2027, the median projection is at our 2% objective. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. Looking ahead, the new administration is in the process of implementing significant policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. It is the net effect of these policy changes that will matter for the economy and for the path of monetary policy. While there have been recent developments in some of these areas, especially trade policy, uncertainty around the changes and their effects on the economic outlook is high. As we parse the incoming information, we're focused on separating the signal from the noise as the outlook evolves. As we say in our statement, in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance, and we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. An admittedly challenging exercise at this time in light of considerable uncertainty. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of next year, unchanged from December. While these individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, as I noted, uncertainty today is unusually elevated. And of course, these projections are not a committee plan or a decision. Policy is not on a preset course. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. At today's meeting, we also decided to slow the pace of decline in our balance sheet. Since we began balance sheet runoff, our securities holdings have declined by more than $2 trillion. While market indicators continue to suggest that the quantity of reserves remains abundant, we have seen some signs of increased tightness in money markets. Beginning in April, the monthly cap on Treasury redemptions will be lowered from $25 billion to $5 billion. Consistent with the committee's intention to hold primarily Treasury securities in the longer run, we are leaving the cap on agency securities unchanged. This action has no implications for our intended stance of monetary policy and should not affect the size of our balance sheet over the medium term. The committee also continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. At this meeting, we focused on labor market dynamics and our maximum employment goal. As we have indicated, our review will include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May. Throughout this process, we will be open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I will look forward to your questions.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thanks for your time. So, two things on sort of the real side here, with inflation and then GDP. How much of the higher inflation forecast for this year is due to tariffs? And since the policy path remains the same, are you effectively reading this as a one-time price level shock?
Okay, so how much of it is tariff? So let me say that it is going to be very difficult to have a precise assessment of how much of inflation is coming from tariffs and from other, and that's already the case. You may have seen that goods inflation moved up pretty significantly in the first 2 months of the year. Trying to track that back to actual tariff increases, given what was tariffed and what was not, very, very challenging. So some of it, the answer is clearly some of it. A good part of it is coming from tariffs, but we'll be working, and so will other forecasters, to try to find the best possible way to separate non-tariff inflation from tariff inflation. In terms of your sort of looking through question, too soon to say about that. As I've mentioned, it can be the case that it's appropriate sometimes to look through inflation if it's going to go away quickly without action by us, if it's transitory. And that can be the case in the case of tariff inflation. I think that would depend on the tariff inflation moving through fairly quickly, and it would depend critically as well on inflation expectations being well anchored, longer term inflation expectations being well anchored.
Well, I guess I'm looking at the out years here, and the fact that the policy path doesn't change at all, and inflation is unchanged in the out years also. Doesn't that imply you all have basically decided that there is no signal here, and that it's just we're back to transitory again?
So I think that's kind of the base case, but as I said, we really can't know that. We're going to have to see how things actually work out. And the fact that there wasn't much change, I think that's partly because you see weaker growth but higher inflation. They kind of offset, and also frankly a little bit of inertia when it comes to changing something in this highly uncertain environment. I think there is a level of inertia where you just say, maybe I'll stay where I am.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. You just described inflation expectations as well anchored, but has your confidence in that assessment changed at all, given the increase in certain measures and the high degree of uncertainty expressed by businesses, households, and forecasters?
So on inflation expectations, of course, we do monitor inflation expectations very, very carefully, basically every source we can find, and short-term, long-term, households, businesses, forecasters, market-based. And I think the picture broadly is this. You do see increases widely in short-term inflation expectations, and people who fill out surveys and answer questionnaires are pointing to tariffs about that. If you look in the survey world, if you look a little further out, you really don't see much in the way of an increase. Longer-term inflation expectations are mostly well anchored. If you look at the New York, for example. Then you have market-based, and it's the same pattern. People in markets are pricing in break-evens. Some higher inflation over the next year must be related to tariffs. We know from the surveys. But if you look out 5 years or the 5-year forward, you'll see that break-evens are either flat or actually slightly down in the case of the longer-term one. So we look at that, and we will be watching all of it very, very carefully. We do not take anything for granted. It's at the very heart of our framework, anchored inflation expectations, but that's what you see right now.
And how much weight do you put on the deterioration in consumer confidence surveys? You said recently that this is perhaps not the best indication of future spending, but I'm curious, what you think is behind this deterioration and to what extent it could be a leading indicator for hard data.
So let's start with the hard data. We do see pretty solid hard data still. So growth looks like it's maybe moderating a bit, consumer spending moderating a bit, but still at a solid pace. Unemployment's 4.1%. Job creation most recently has been at a healthy level. Inflation has started to move up now, we think partly in response to tariffs, and there may be a delay in further progress over the course of this year. So that's the hard data. Overall, it's a solid picture. The survey data, both household and businesses, show significant rise in uncertainty and significant concerns about downside risks. So how do we think about that? And that is the question. As I mentioned the other day, as you pointed out, the relationship between survey data and actual economic activity hasn't been very tight. There have been plenty of times where people are saying very downbeat things about the economy and then going out and buying a new car. But we don't know that will be the case here. We will be watching very carefully for signs of weakness in the real data. Of course we will. But given where we are, we think our policy's in a good place to react to what comes, and we think that the right thing to do is to wait here for greater clarity about what the economy is doing.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, Chair Greenspan once defined price stability as an environment in which inflation is so low and stable over time that it doesn't materially enter into the decisions of households and firms. Can you say that today, that we have that price stability, that households and businesses are enjoying price growth when you see buy in advance psychology, big changes in inventories, and surveys that show consumers, at least in the short run, expect higher inflation?
So I do like that definition a lot. In fact, I used it at the recent conference where I spoke. So I think a world where people can make their daily economic decisions in businesses and they're not having to think about the possibility of significantly high inflation. We know inflation will bounce around. That is price stability. I think we were getting closer and closer to that. I wouldn't say we were at that. Inflation was running around 2.5% for some time. I do think with the arrival of the tariff inflation, further progress may be delayed. The SEP doesn't really show further downward progress on inflation this year, and that's really due to the tariffs coming in. So delayed, but if you look at our forecasts, we do see ourselves getting back into the low twos in 26 and then down to 2 by 27, of course, highly uncertain. So I see progress having been made toward that, and then progress in the future. I think that progress is probably delayed for the time being.
If that's the case, why are there cuts in the SEP for 2025?
So again, people wrote down 2 cuts the last time, and they look at the they wrote down meaningful decline in growth from 2.1 to 1.7 in 2025, a tick up in the unemployment rate, so not much there. But core inflation up by 0.3, and so those kind of balance each other out. So people, not everybody, but on balance, people wrote down similar numbers. The changes aren't that big. The other factor, though, as I mentioned, is just really high uncertainty. What would you write down? I mean, it's really hard to know how this is going to work out. And again, we think our policy's in a good place. We think it's a good place where we can move in the direction where we need to, but in the meantime, it's really appropriate to wait for further clarity. And of course, the costs of doing that, given that the economy is still solid, are very low.
Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So with near 4% unemployment rate, that should be low enough to bring people in from the sidelines in terms of hiring. But we're seeing the hiring rates have been stuck at 2023, 2024 levels. So what's going on there?
Yeah, so that's a feature has been for some time a feature of this labor market. You have pretty high participation accounting for aging. You've got wages that are consistent with 2% inflation, assuming that we're going to keep getting relatively high productivity. We've got unemployment pretty close to its natural level. But the hiring rate is quite low, but so is the layoff rate. So you look at initial claims or layoffs, so you're not seeing people losing their jobs, but you're seeing that people who don't have a job having to wait longer and longer. And the question is, which way does that break? If we were to see a meaningful increase in layoffs, then that would probably translate fairly quickly into unemployment, because people are, it's not a big hiring market. We've been watching that, and it's just not in the data. It hasn't happened. What we've had is a low hiring situation, and it seems to be in balance now for the last 6, 7, 8 months. That's where we are. There's healthy levels of job creation too. So overall, it's a labor market that's in balance, and we watch it very carefully.
So then, have we seen the new administration's policies in the economic numbers yet? And when do you anticipate that happening?
In labor or in other?
In labor and inflation, just across the economy, have we started to see the new policies take effect in the numbers?
Only in a kind of an early way. I mean, it's only been a few months, right? For example, the layoffs that are happening here are, they're certainly meaningful to the people involved, and they may be meaningful to a particular neighborhood or region or area, but at the national level, they're not significant yet. But we don't know. We don't know how far that will go. We'll find out much more. I mentioned that you saw we've had two very strong goods inflation readings in the last 2 months, which is very unexpected. I think hard to trace it to specific tariffs, but it must have something to do with, it's either noise and it'll come back, and that's very possible too. But if it is persistent, then it must be to do with people buying ahead of tariffs or raising prices ahead of tariffs and things like that. Those kinds of things happen, and they're very, very hard to capture because so much of it is indirect. A great example is their washing machines were tariffed in the last round of tariffs, and prices went up. But prices also went up on dryers, which were not tariffed. So the manufacturers just kind of followed the crowd and raised it. So things happen very indirectly, and so there'll be a lot of work done in coming months to try to trace all that through. But ultimately, though, it's too soon to be seeing significant effects in economic data.
Craig Torres from Bloomberg News. Thanks, Chair Powell. You said transitory price increases from tariffs are the base case. Transitory is the base case. Wasn't it the base case last time? And didn't the FOMC forecast lower inflation ahead last time? And wasn't the lesson that it quickly got into services, haircuts, daycare, everything else? And so I'm just wondering why the 9 aren't taking that on board and are cutting twice this year.
When you say last time, are you talking about the last
pandemic? Yes, during the pandemic.
Because you could have been talking about the last time there were tariffs, in which case the inflation was transitory. Yeah, no, of course we're well aware of that, and it's still the truth. If there's an inflationary impulse that's going to go away on its own, it's not the right policy to tighten policy. Because by the time you have your effect, you're in effect by design, you are lowering economic activity and employment. And if that's not necessary, you don't want to do it. In real time, as we know, it's hard to make that judgment. And we're well aware, of what happened, obviously, with the pandemic inflation. But I mean, we have to look at this as a different situation. There are differences and similarities. I mean, it's a different time. We haven't had real price stability fully reestablished yet, and we have to keep that in mind. And we hear that people are very reluctant to take on to allow prices to go up. At the same time, we hear that businesses are intending to pass many of these prices through. So it's hard to say how this is going to work out.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. The Bank of Canada, in its last policy statement, said monetary policy cannot offset the impacts of a trade war. What it can and must do is ensure that higher prices do not lead to ongoing inflation. I wonder if that kind of reflects your own sense of prioritization faced with higher prices and weaker growth, that the idea is you have to take care of inflation.
So we have two goals, right? We have maximum employment and price stability, and we have to balance those. And there can be situations in which they're in tension, right? And we actually have a provision in our consensus statement that says what we should do in that case. That's a very challenging, situation for any central bank, and certainly for us. And so what we say that we'll do is we'll look how far each of those two goals is, each of those two measures is from its goal, and then we'll ask how long we think it might take to get back to the goal for each of them, and we'll make a judgment because our tools work in one direction. We're either tightening or loosening. So it's a very challenging situation. Let me say, we don't have that situation right now. That's not where the economy is at all. It's also not where the forecast is. I don't know any mainstream forecast that really shows significant problems like that.
Well, just to follow up, yesterday, the UCLA Anderson forecast said there's high probability of a recession. Where do you stand on whether or not the slowdown you're seeing creates a higher probability or concern that you may have on recession? Thank you.
You know, there's always an unconditional possibility of a recession. It might be broadly in the range of 1 in 4 at any time. If you look back through the years, it could be within 12 months, a 1 in 4 chance of a recession. So the question is whether whether this current situation, those possibilities are elevated. I will say this: we don't make such a forecast. If you look at outside forecasts, forecasters have generally raised, a number of them have raised their possibility of a recession somewhat, but still at relatively moderate levels, you know, still in the region of the traditional, because they were extremely low. If you go back 2 months, people were saying that the likelihood of a recession was extremely low. So has moved up, but it's not high.
Chris.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. As you know, I guess last night, President Trump fired 2 members of the Federal Trade Commission, an independent agency, and this could cause the kind of legal fight about the administration's power to fire independent people. If those firings stand, is that a threat to the Fed's independence? Could he do the same thing to the Fed board?
So I think I did answer that question in this very room some time ago, and I no desire to change that answer and have nothing new for you on that today.
Well, well, maybe I'll have another mulligan. As you know, I wanted to go back to the consumer sentiment, particularly the inflation expectations in the University of Michigan survey. In the summer of 2022, you cited the rise in the long-term inflation expectations in that index as the reason that you went big with a 3/4 point hike. So I know you've talked about all the different measures now, but you seem to not be placing the same weight on that. And so I'm just wondering, are you dismissing that, what we saw last week from the University of Michigan, or does that carry the same weight as it did in the past?
So I mentioned it back then, but in no way did I place a huge weight on it. I think that was a ex post story, but it wasn't the case. That was a preliminary reading, and so is this. And it's also, this is that Michigan, the one you're referring to, the longer term thing. You know, we look at it, we don't dismiss data that we don't like, we force ourselves to look at it, but it is an outlier compared to market-based and compared to other survey-based assessments of longer run inflation expectations. So we got to keep that in mind. And I would just say we look at all of them, and that one's kind of an outlier, but you know, nonetheless we take notice of it.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. There's a worry on Wall Street that when you say you want to study the net effect of the fiscal policies we may see on the economy, that you would end up waiting too long and be behind the curve in responding to any downturn. How can you reassure people that you can spot a problem early enough unless you decide to be preemptive?
Yeah, look, we're aware of we're well aware of how things are going to evolve and the timeframes and all that. And you know, we will use our tools to foster achievement of our goals to the best we can. And of course, we're going to try to be timely with that. For right now, the hard data are pretty solid. We are obviously aware of the soft sentiment data and high uncertainty, and we're watching that carefully. And we think it's a good time for us to wait for further clarity before we consider adjusting our policy stance.
Do you think it's going to be hard to get clarity in a government by tweet? I mean, do you have a feeling that at some point you actually will have a forecast you can trust?
Yes, I think we will. It's hard to say when that will be. You know, these decisions are going to be made and they're going to be implemented, and then we'll know. At that point, we'll know what the decisions are, and we'll have to make assessments then about the implications for the economy. Those things will happen. A lot of them will happen over the course of, you know, in coming months, certainly over the course of this year, and we'll be adapting as we go.
Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thank you for taking our questions. At the beginning, you were talking about separating the signal from the noise and tariff inflation from non-tariff inflation. Can you walk us through what that looked like over the last couple of months, if there were specifics from the January meeting to now that helped you make those distinctions?
So when we say separating the signal from the noise, that's just a way of saying that things are highly uncertain and that, you know, you're reading about developments. The news is full of developments of tariffs being put on and taken off and things like that. Some of that is noise in the sense that it's not really telling you anything. You're trying to extract a signal from that. And the signal is what's going to be the effect on economic activity, on inflation, on employment, and all those things. So that's really when we say signal and noise. Sorry, the second thing was?
Or similarly for tariff inflation, non-tariff inflation, ways that you're making the distinction.
That's sort of a special case of that. The idea being, and I do think that the first 2 months of this year are a great example. You've got high readings for goods inflation after a string of readings that average close to zero, and you have to ask, it's coming during tariffs, but you can't. It's very hard to actually scientifically go back and match up those increases and say, yes, I can prove that that's from tariffs, but it kind of has to be to some extent. Plus noise. There can be idiosyncratic readings in various categories, which will shortly reverse, and that happens too, and that could be a big piece of it. I think we'll know in a couple of months. We'll know whether those were, where that really was from. But that's another case where I think it's going to be very, very challenging to unpack the inflation that we see over the course of this year and be able to say with confidence how much of that came from inflation and how much of it, from tariffs and how much of it didn't. But that's what we'll be doing. We'll be doing that, and so will everybody else, and we'll all be trying very hard to make that assessment. And I'm sure we will make a lot of progress on that, and we already have. But it's going to be a challenge.
Do you have a sense yet as to what, in your mind, would make something cross from noise to a signal, what that threshold would look like?
It would depend on what we're talking about. I mean, obviously, you're looking for direct evidence that particular pieces of inflation are or are clearly not caused by tariffs. For example, if something that was, in the service sector that was far away from anything that's tariffed, you might think, okay, well, that is, like, frankly, housing services inflation. Which, by the way, has been behaving well, which for some time was kind of our problem. Now it's slow, but it's definitely, moving down in a very good way. It's more now with goods and to some extent with non-housing services inflation.
Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News. So consumer sentiment has dipped dramatically, but you say the economy and the hard data is still solid. What is your message to consumers that clearly disagree and don't feel that strength? Because the hard data they're looking at is their grocery bill.
Okay, so a couple things. The grocery bill is about past inflation, really. There was inflation in 21, 2, and 3, and prices went up. The current level, it's not the change in prices, it's they're unhappy, and they're not wrong to be unhappy that prices went up quite a bit, and they're paying a lot for those things. So I think that is the fundamental fact, and has been for a long time, a couple of years, why people are unhappy with the economy. It's not that the economy is not growing. It's not that inflation is really high. It's not that unemployment is high. It's none of those things. We have 4.1% unemployment. We've got 2% growth, and it's a pretty good economy. But people are unhappy because of the price level, and we completely understand and accept that.
And just to follow up, why are you still projecting 2 rate cuts this year if your own projections show inflation higher for longer? Does that mean you see a slowdown in economic growth as a real threat?
So I think remember we came into this with, at the December meeting, the median was 2 cuts, the median was. And so you come in and you see, broadly speaking, weaker growth but higher inflation. And they kind of balance each other out. So you think, and unemployment is there's really only a 1/10 change. So there's just not a big change in the forecast. There really isn't. Modest, meaningfully higher growth and meaningfully higher inflation, which call for different responses, right? So they cancel each other out, and people just said, okay, I'm going to stay here. But the second factor is it's so highly uncertain. It is just, we're sitting here thinking, and we obviously are in touch with businesses and households all over the country. We have an extraordinary network of contacts that come in through the reserve banks and put in the beige book, and also through contacts at the board. And we get all that, and we do understand that sentiment has fallen off pretty sharply, but economic activity has not yet. And so we're watching carefully. So I would tell people that the economy seems to be healthy. We understand that sentiment is quite negative at this time, and that probably has to do with turmoil at the beginning of an administration that's making big changes in areas of policy, and that's probably part of it. I do think the underlying unhappiness people have about the economy, though, is more at the price level.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, first of all, if you could clarify. You were talking about how tariffs were a good part of the uptick in the inflation forecast, and I was just wondering what that specifically refers to. Is that the tariffs that have already been put in place? Is that anticipating some of the tariffs that might be coming on April 2nd? And then also, if you wouldn't mind, talking a little more about the balance sheet decision and what drove that. Did that have anything to do with expectations of how the debt ceiling, raising the debt ceiling, might affect the reserve supply?
Yeah, so in the SEP, you'll see that there's not further progress on core inflation this year. We're kind of flatlining, going sideways. We don't ask people to write down how much of this is from tariffs and how much of it is not, but some of it is from tariffs. We know that tariffs are coming in. We know that they're probably already, all forecasters have tariff inflation affecting core PCE inflation, core CPI inflation this year, without exception. I'm not aware of an exception. So it's in there. I can't tell you how much of that it is. In terms of the balance sheet, so yeah, I think, I guess the way I'd say it is, it was the flows in and out of the TGA that got us thinking about it. But as we thought about it, we really came to the view that this was a good time to make the move that we made. And broadly committee that came around to the view that we would do the same thing we'd already done, which is I guess in June, was it June? Whenever it was, we lowered the pace of QT, and we're just going to do that again. We're going to cut it roughly in half. And the sense of that is, if you're cutting the pace of QT roughly in half, then the runway is probably doubled. Okay, so it's going to be slower for longer. And people really like that. People thought that's a good idea. It's like a plane. You can think of it like a plane coming in for a landing. As we get closer, and we by the way, we still think that reserves are abundant, although you begin to see some of the things we look at begin to react a little bit, but we still think that they're abundant. And of course, now the TGA is emptying out, so reserves are higher now, so you can't really see the underlying signal. So we came around to the view, and it had a lot of appeal, and so we did it. It has no implications at all for monetary policy. It has no implications at all for the ultimate size of the balance sheet. It isn't sending a signal in any hidden way that you can try to tease out. It's just not there. We're basically, it's very consistent with our plans and our practices that we've published and that we've followed since we began this, what is a very successful rundown of the balance sheet. Again, the second time that we've slowed the pace, and we've said that we would stop when we were somewhat above the level we judge as ample. And clearly we're not at that level yet, but we're going to be approaching it more slowly. It's a common sense kind of a thing, and it had pretty broad appeal, I will say.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. You said in January, Chair Powell, that inflation expectations remained well anchored. Would you still say they remain well anchored today? And just to reiterate the question others have asked, if they're not so well anchored, why hasn't there been a more radical shift to the policy path today? Thank you.
So when we talk about inflation expectations being well anchored, we're talking about longer run inflation expectations. And they really haven't moved much. I mean, if at all. There's one reading that everyone's focusing on that's higher, but the other survey readings and the market-based readings all show relatively, well anchored inflation expectations. You would expect that expectations of inflation over the course of a year would move around because conditions change, and in this case, we have tariffs coming in. We don't know how big, there's so many things we don't know, but we kind of know there are going to be tariffs, and they tend to bring growth down. They tend to bring inflation up in the first instance. So I would say, I'm not dismissing what we're seeing in short-term inflation expectations. We, as I mentioned, follow that very carefully. But when we say expectations are well anchored, we're really looking at longer terms, 5-year and out, and there's really no story to tell 5 years and out, either in market-based or in surveys. But we'll watch it. I mean, we're not we're not going to miss any evidence that longer term or medium term inflation expectations are moving.
Chair Powell, Neil Irwin with Axios. Treasury Secretary Bessent has observed that a large share of job growth over the last couple of years has been in what he calls government or government-adjacent sectors, healthcare, education. Do you agree that there's some weakness in underlying private job growth, and do you see the composition of job growth as something that has policy implications?
So that has been the case. We talked about that over the course of the last year. There were some good number of months and times when a lot of the job creation was concentrated in, educational institutions, healthcare, state governments, things like that. There were also times when private sector job growth has been moving in a healthy range. I mean, they're all jobs, but and remember, we're at very low unemployment for quite a time now. So I think it's a good labor market, but it's something that we monitor carefully. From our standpoint, employment is employment. But the elected government is entitled to have, we don't have policies that address different kinds of employment, but the elected government has a different role, and they can have those.
Can I do a quick QT question? Does the committee envision at some point tapering the MBS runoff as well?
I think tapering it, I don't know. There's no plan to do that. At a certain point, we'll stop runoff.
Okay, guys, we're listening to Chair Powell here. SPY has rallied hard, up 170 basis points. Hope you have some longs to go with some shorts. We do have a new feature update. We have short interest, new component, and we're using a new styling called D3. So SI is the same as legacy terminals like Bloomberg. And this is brand new. Fixed a few bugs, reduced contrast, which I think is going to be really helpful for reading. Bunch of little updates. So version 3.7.8 has been released. Short interest is SI. Let's look at Mara Equity SI. Mara Equity SI. There's Mara. Short interest is, wow, all-time high, 84 million shares. Days to cover around 2. Yep, 84 million shares short on 42 million shares. You could even go into here and change it quickly like that. Let's look at our favorite stocks. Rigetti, short interest has climbed quite a bit. Average volume has dipped, I will say, quite a lot too, but short interest has climbed to an all-time high, 61 million shares short. But given the amount of trading, that's not actually too many days to cover. IonQ, pretty similar dynamic here. No, actually, people have covered IonQ. Market's covered IonQ. It's dropped a lot, to be fair. And Rigetti has grown in short interest. Sometimes you want to bet on the one that's not so heavily shorted. Still a day or two to cover there. Let's look at D-Wave. All-time high short interest. You can see that going parabolic. Really good short as well. I don't mind a crowded short. You just have to acknowledge that, it may be tricky in the near term. Tesla short interest. Most shorts have covered Tesla, coincident with the pretty big price decline. Or maybe shorts just kind of missed the perfect time to cover, I guess, it looks like. Let's see. I don't know how far back it goes. Looks like I can go back to at least 2022. Let's see if I can go back more. 2019. 2019. How about 2015? We feeling lucky. Looks like 2018 is the furthest it goes back. So it's about 7 years. Fat Cat and Vlad worked on this together. Shout out to Fat Cat and Vlad. Yeah, we're going to make sure that that can go back even further. Like I'm so autistic about this kind of thing. Nobody will beat me. I want every single bar here, I will check by hand if I have to. Every tick, okay? And if something's wrong, there's going to be problems. I don't play that shit. Think it's a game? It's not a fucking game. Yeah, you put in your ticker just like anything else on terminal. Like you press backtick to open the terminal command line, right? You could type in MSFT F8 for equity, and then SI or DES or any other OR functions, just like Bloomberg. The SI, we'll pull that up. You double click escape to close the window. Rallying on a worse outlook. No rate cuts? Or rate cuts are coming faster? So you can see Carvana, the short interest has stayed pretty low. Despite the stock's massive run from $4 to $200. It looks like people were short the most. This is days to cover. You can't forget what you're looking at. Looks like the shorts peaked on Carvana at the lowest price, and they've just been covered and squeezed all the way down. Now Carvana's a short, I think. There's nobody has the balls to short it, but it is fucking kind of broken business. They haven't had a profit. Well, the last 2 years they have profited, allegedly, but half of those profits are financing receivables, which historically it's going to be tough to get a great margin on those. You got to refresh, Austin. Just refresh. So it looks like the free cash flow isn't bad for the last year or two, but the used car business isn't exactly a growth market. If they can keep their costs really low, maybe. It's tough. Very soon, Luke. Very soon. We are aware of it. You know me. I'm 150 words per minute. I need that. Very annoying. Need that. Thank you, Austin. Yeah, used cars are going to have a problem versus autonomous. That's right. Short interest for other components like what? You want to know, like for your biography, how many people have shorted you personally? I want to know that. Or a building, how many people have shorted the apartment building you live in? Awesome, Jaser. Thank you, bud. Why you shorting my house, dog? I don't think they're short. Well, they're sort of short interest for futures, kind of.
So since the very beginning, we've had kind of a placeholder. The staff has a placeholder of a range of possible outcomes from tariffs and from trade.
Okay, what's causing my portfolio this stress? I don't like this. Is it D-Wave? Oh, D-Wave's now hard to borrow. Hard to borrow in Interactive. Short interest on my block is at all-time highs. We got to do something about that.
When we actually know the specifics, we'll be able to have still uncertain, but better informed forecasts.
Yeah, generally, short interest applies to stocks. No, Steve, there's positioning data.
Jean Young with MNI Market News. Had a couple questions on the balance as temporary until the debt ceiling is resolved. But from what you said earlier, it doesn't sound like there's a desire to kind of regain the pace of QT that we have at the moment
partially filled.
The debt ceiling is resolved. Is that the case?
Yeah, so we looked at pausing and we looked at slowing. And really people
There's no crypto short interest either.
slowing, not pausing, for a variety of reasons. And so people really came.
You can probably get like dealer fee rebates
slows down
or something like that.
and probably lengthens it, doubles it effectively by slowing it by half.
Yeah, pet food guy is good.
People thought that's
Good point there. If tariffs from foreign cars come in, people might want to
help us assure
get an uptick in using Carvana.
we get closer and closer to that. So that's how that came about.
I guess my question is more, was that meant to be a temporary measure?
Yeah, the commitment of traders report does help, as Kai says. So there's a little bit of a futures data set there we can reveal.
But the more we thought about it, it came around and, it is, yes, it was provoked. The original discussion was provoked by that. But I think what we came up with, though, was broader than that and different. And it does address that issue, but it really is also, it fits in really nicely with our principles and our plans and the things we've done before and the things we said we would do. So that's why, pretty strong support. I just say it's nothing to do with monetary policy, nothing to do with the size of the balance sheet. It's kind of a common sense adjustment as you.
What free cash flow bar chart? You want to? We don't have. I don't think we have a free cash flow bar chart. HTC Mini.
And we think it was a good play, and as I mentioned, well supported. Thanks very much.
We are just about to improve that, Claude. We signed a big deal with the largest estimates provider, and we will have the best earnings estimates out there very soon. Yeah, I like to do my own research. You can certainly read the Hindenburg piece, but I know, Facundo, it's a huge problem. I hate it. It's being fixed ASAP. I type too fast. I'm like you. We're at 60 a month. We're going to 80 a month very, very soon. Like any day now. So if you subscribe now, you do lock in your price for life. So I'm a little bit torn. I'm not sure if I like Morgan Stanley or not. I have to look at some other investment banks too, like Goldman. Yeah, that'll be gone very soon, Facundo. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. Yes, you have to pay to lose money. Okay, SPY's coming off a little bit here, up 137 bips. Carvana looks like a short, man. Oh, Darren, I might have to take a break. I made it to 320. Yeah, I'd like to look at Goldman just so I could get a sense for compare it to Morgan Stanley. I'd be shocked if their valuations were massively different, right? Powell didn't say shit. I think so. Game day, yeah. I think they only apply for the first month. Or how does it work? I don't even know. Actually, I have no idea. Is it permanent or is it first month? First month, got it. Carvana's down 50%? Yeah. I don't know, brother. It's got a big market cap. I mean, the average price for the last year, it's the same. So it depends on what you mean by up or down. Like from very tippy top peak, it's down 30%. Yeah, I think Lays is a short. Yeah. It's down 39% peak to trough. They are back. We gotta send it. Send it lower. Kick in Algo 5. Load it. The .exe, run it. Run it. Shut this down. I'll go short at everything. Because my idea of providing liquidity is just going against whatever people are feeling. Everyone's running the same algorithm, which is the problem. Try to buy $1 billion of stock in the stock market. Me, Jane Street, Citadel, and Susquehanna will be like, stop right there. We'll take this. Try to buy another billion. We're like, huh? We got this. And then we'll go buy it really slowly over the next few weeks. No trading on Godel yet, John. Soon. Soon. Oh yeah, I should code that. I should code that tonight. That'd be dope. I'll code the level 2 tonight. Candlestick Andy. Everything's good. Well, it's going to be trading through your interactive or through your like API provider like Schwab or someone. So we can sync and send orders and do all that shit. I'll do haircuts. If you're a Godel customer, I'll absolutely cut your hair for free, no problem. You got to come by our office. Listen, let me tell you something. That's going to be the last haircut you ever asked me to do. Straight up. Say less, fam. Say no more. I got you, fam. Say no more, fam. Give him the squillium. Say no more, fam. What you want? Save Princess. Say no more, fam. Yo. Medusa. The fuck? Yo. You shape up. I had a fight with a guy in jail once. Verbal fight. This guy was everyone hated this guy. He had a cane when there was nothing wrong with him, but he liked using the cane. He was such a fucking scammer. He liked using the cane to pretend, you know, like he needs it. So he got to go first. And everybody knew what time it was. But he was still like... So, like, you know, everyone was like, anybody disabled, you can come up first. And he's like, gets up. He's like, with the cane. And I had a fight with him. I was like... He's like, oh, yeah, something about shape up or something like that. And I go, you mean haircut? And he goes, nah, shape up. And I'm like, haircut. You're cutting the hair, right? The hair's being cut, is it? Is it not being cut? So you're getting your haircut. All right, you're getting your haircut. It was pretty tense. Shape up. Haircut. Yeah, I'm bullying the shit out of this cripple. What made me take that cane and beat your ass? we just had beef. Everyone hated this guy. I was like, shape up. It's a haircut. There's other words for it too. Shape up. Line up. There's a line up. I believe. I totally forgot that story, you guys. Edge up. There you go. I learned more about black culture in prison than like any African American studies degree could give me. I learned what a fresh Caesar was. Was it called a fresh Caesar? It may not be called that. Black haircut Caesar. What's this called? A low Caesar. Oh, okay, this is kind of gay. Dark Caesar. Low cut Caesar with the deep waves. That's what I do. Noah B. Is it time for Noah B to give us his credentials? You guys know what to do. Send Noah B to outer space, man. Give him a nice timeout. Give him a nice little timeout. Nobody ban him though. Just give him a nice little timeout. Send him to outer space for a few minutes. No ban. It's a quick timeout. Tell him what time it is. No, you can have scissors in prison. We got shit worse than scissors, tell you that. I'm gonna tell you. Scissor ain't doing shit. Scissor ain't helping you when some Mexicans come up in your fucking up in your shit. Yeah, they're safety scissors. Yeah. We got the bone crusher in the tuck. You guys don't even want to hear about that. Yeah, prison's not that dangerous. Prison's actually not that dangerous at all. I mean, one thing is surrounded with officers. Quantum, a rough day for Quantum, man. Market's up a lot. Quantum getting smoked. What cut you want, bruh? Let me get that sperm cell. I got you, B. Yo, what you want, bro? Yo, you ever eat a panini? Say no more, fam. What you want? I don't know, man. Just do it. I'd say no more. I have to refresh my Pfizer looks. I don't know for sure. We had memes in prison. It was fun. Intel's gonna be a while before you make any money on Intel. Don't Is it really book value? You doing tangible book? State is crazy, yeah. Tangible? Tangy? You can't include goodwill. Tangy Kush. No, tangible book value. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you people? What you mean, you people?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Programming books? There's so many. Hacker's Delight? Donald Knuth? Or Knuth's books? It's really Knuth. The Wizard book? But everything else is pretty easy shit. All the algorithms classics, data structures.
Order cancelled.
But that's the stuff that you really actually have to learn. Everything else you just have fun
Order filled.
and experiment
Order
and just try it out yourself. Any libraries, any
Order filled.
market maker's good. I got my commission level down 75. My commission costs are down around 70-ish%. It's pretty good. Pretty happy about that.
Order filled.
Yeah, lots of stuff like Python for Dummies is fine. If you need to read to learn, and some people really do want to read and be demonstrated and stuff like that, so you can watch YouTube. You can change your Grodel username, yes.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled.
No gold analysis, sorry. Yeah, you got to program every day.
Order cancelled.
Use it or lose it.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Not a big Kelly guy. I think it's a good idea conceptually, but it's very hard to actually implement Kelly. So this is a much simpler system.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
No API, but probably going to make an API at some point. I don't know how soon.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled.
It's pretty hard to be a profitable day
Order
trader.
cancelled. Order cancelled.
As long as you apply discount rate consistently, it doesn't really matter that much.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
You just have to be a Godel member. Go into Quant chat, Godel, and I will slowly add everybody.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Picture this. You're sitting.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Look, you know, it's early days for Market Maker. It's very early. Gotta give it a little time, all right? This is lifelong dedication to the craft. But the main goal is I will give you guys an API so you can just plug in your account and let the thing trade for you. That's going to be lit. No more worrying about what stock's going up, what stock's going down. And I just have my maker running. Maker? Market Maker. Huh? You mean I can't? I just want to pick stocks on my Robinhood. I just want my Rigetti. I think at least 150, around 150K. I don't think you can do it for less. Unless there was like some pooled vehicle or something, in which case your money would have to leave your hands, which I'm not sure who would even take it. Yeah, of course, Neutrino, yeah. But you know, I've got a team working on it now, so we also have other algos coming, not just market making. Oh. There is a GitHub, yep. It's for Godel subscribers. And even then, I'm only letting a handful of people in at a time. And then we're going to have an API where you can just connect your interactive account. And we'll release that to like 5 or 10 Godel people. The first come, first serve. And we'll see how it goes. If it loses you money, we're shutting it down. I undertake no obligation and make no promises. Ape's gone. I don't know, Bob. We'll see. There's no pure arbitrage. So we're not like doing ETF or index ARB or something like that. No membership ARBs. No reason AVXL is up as far as I know. Put the apes on. That's the idea, Farhat. That's the idea. Whether it works or not, we'll have to see. I'm not sure MicroStrategy is this second, but it certainly looks like a good short. Oh, look at INMB up 17%. Ooh. Could be interesting. Bitcoin 85K. Gilead rallying. Who one knows? Who one knows? I think most people have arbed that, Peter, but there is something there. I'm not at liberty to discuss further, but yeah, there's somewhat something there. It's not completely arbed. Whatever my thing is doing with Apple today is disgusting. I don't know what the fuck it's doing. I'd be the worst Apple trader of all time. I mean, I think the shorts are great. I mean, I don't know if you should wait or not. I can't give you a perfect trade. But I think it's gonna go. They're all gonna go down. I mean, yeah. I'm talking about the same thing, more or less, Peter. Whether you explicitly call it a feature or not, by the way, it doesn't even matter that much. The difference between ML and DL in finance is pretty small difference, unfortunately. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a sell in the news here. 8 minutes left. I don't know. I don't know what to do, bonds. Sorry. I wish I knew. Chegg is just, management. I bet on management. Do you know those guys? Do you think they're gonna save the company? You think they're gonna turn it around? I have no idea who they are. I have no faith in them. Cash Mula, great. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, me brother.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Sarepta, Gilead, both rising a little.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I don't know Catalyst. I haven't looked at Catalyst in a while. That drug is going to go generic at some point, right? Firdapse. I'm glad to hear that one too. A lot more features coming. The earnings estimates feature is going to be really good. It's not easy to get really good earnings estimates, like many years of estimates. I'm bullish on Sarepta just because I think it'll snap back from the patient death they had. Tragic as the patient death is, it's a lethal illness. These are very sick kids, unfortunately. Yeah, I see that. It's not shortable for me, so I'm gonna have to sell some calls.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Fuck. Gilead, it's down because there's fears that Elon is going to cut AIDS funding, which does pay for some of Gilead's drugs, but I ain't got him doing that. I ain't got him doing all that.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
He ain't Skrelly. See, I would cut that shit. Save some money.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
It's not Elon, it's obviously the entire administration. I don't think anyone would want to own, I'm the guy that cut AIDS drugs. Funding for AIDS drugs.
Order cancelled.
We're at $60 a month. We're gonna try to get to 80 in the next week or so. So if you lock in 60, you lock in 60 for life. We're spending huge amounts of money getting you more data, more news, more earnings estimates, more markets. You're going to see global markets very shortly. Millions of different securities in the terminal. I can't wait.
Order cancelled.
We're getting alternative data. We're getting hedge fund and other types of data. All kinds of things.
Order cancelled.
Pink sheet's coming, for sure. We know you want those.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, it's exactly right, Islanders. Like, every time. For me, it's always about always that one specific OTC stock you're trading that you care about. You don't care about any of the other ones. That I don't know, DI Comic. That'd be later this year. Forgive me for COT. Are we talking about the futures disposition data, or what's the COT? Who's getting clapped? Getting clapped? The fuck you talking about? Yeah, the future data. Yeah. Okay, something's going on in my portfolio. Rapid gains.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, that's cool. CR, use that. If that works for you, use that.
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Market closed. Ding, 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 ding. All right. There's some of that, Peter, but not too much. We are going to try to make the platform a little friendlier for data science people, but that's really not our, at the moment, not our main thrust. Yeah, just it's hard to get much attention and work in DeSci, so we just pulled the plug. If something doesn't work, when we launch something and it doesn't work, we've learned over time, just pull the plug. Don't fight too hard. It's common, Oscar. Yeah, there's errors on all platforms. No doubt about that. The fundamentals explorer on interactive is so cringe. Analyst forecast. The fuck is this? Annual. Okay. That's earnings. Where's revenue? Here's revenue. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be really upset if I had to use this. I can change this to oh, I have to click this again. Yeah, that's just why Bloomberg's so good. I love that it's source Refinitiv. It also doesn't let you track the changes of the estimate. Yeah, this is all kinds of cringe. That's TWS. Thank you, John. Yeah, it's just the people who build these things are notoriously not traders. That's the problem mostly. Okay, I definitely have to debug my bot for Apple because it really seemed like it just screwed up. It bought. I can say buy, you're not allowed to say buy. It bought at 216 and sold at 215.80, so that was a little annoying. It seems like it just like it didn't have the best day. I have to adjust it. Although most of the losses came from two positions that I personally overrode, so can't blame it, but it's a little asterisk there. Yeah, all the market makers are long Pfizer because every dog's gonna have its day, right? Yeah. What am I missing here? 450 for Kavaba. Cost. Avago. Amazon. Adobe. Abbott. Oh, we didn't trade AbbVie at all today. That's weird. Okay, so there were. Oh, okay, I got it now. So yes, it was AbbVie and Taiwan Semi. Yes, so technically it was profitable today without those two that I personally adjusted. Check your spam email, maybe, Claude. Sure, Choli. Foreign stocks will display in their local currency. Yes, Miles. Okay. so AbbVie. Big data. I would think you would. You may, maybe you don't. I don't know. Let me check. I'm checking into that, Claude. This is another one. I bought Costco at 902.40 and sold it at 901.80. Yeah, Peter, we're mostly going to target institutions. You know, the price of Godel is going to rise fairly dramatically. So I think the people that sign up now, you know, they're basically just going to get a very strongly discounted product just for being there early. It helps us beta test. It helps us debug. But it's, yeah, it's not meant for that. It's not meant for the average Joe. Yeah, we do employ people. We do employ people. We are hiring. Yes, I love it, Koning. We have to fermionize the bosonic quasiparticles. Fermionize that shit. Well, we only hire people in New York City, so keep that in mind. Yo, we should do a quantum phone. What do you guys think? Partner with Seal. It's provocative. Quantum phone. Is your phone quantum ready? Is your phone quantum secure? Are you using annealing? There is a financial annealing paper, and the bank said that the annealer sucked. Oh yeah, they have their old social media platform. I'm dying laughing. Okay. We don't do remote, sorry. Unless the person has like the perfect experience, like they're a financial programmer at Bloomberg or a hedge fund or something like that, then we'd consider it. Oh, that's cool. I like Josh, as you know. I'm not really sure what you're asking, Romit. And what move? There have been a lot of moves in Quantum. Okay, so we traded $6.4 million today, 6.5, over 35,000 shares. We bought $3.2 million of stock. We sold 3.3. Let's see what we paid here in fees. Our bot was only right 45% of the time. It lost $251. It actually made money without two positions that I personally overrode. Commission for the day. This is a deeply discounted commission. It's usually over $1,000 a day, but Interactive has cut me a big break thanks to my massive volume. Okay, yeah, only $430. Yesterday we paid $1,100. P&L. I like it when other people tell me how to do my job. $2,000 since inception. Algo doesn't have a specific amount of money it manages. It has risk. There's no guidelines, but let's see. It doesn't look like it takes more than like $500,000 of risk at any given time. So let's see, 22 million, 28 million, 36 million. 44 million. It's traded $50 million so far. I don't care about the commissions because ultimately it is not hard for me to get the commissions to zero. So net of commissions, the profit's really good. So yeah, fees are 4,000, 1,500, 23, 19, so 42, 51. I didn't even calculate it on this day. So yeah, it would be about 7,000 of profit for a week, which is, rough, I don't know, on a levered basis, because it is running leverage, that's a pretty good return. But let's see how it normalizes. You always have to make it better. I mean, this bot has lots of issues that need to be debugged. Systematic trading is not for everyone. But yeah, I think you want beta neutral, for example. This thing is taking lots of beta risk that I don't like. It's basically not doing any logging, but it logs to the screen. But it's not really writing to a file. It will. It will. It's a lot to do. Building a good system like this, pretty big endeavor. You can be market neutral, but you don't need beta as vol. I mean, you get vol from the stock. You just keep adjusting the beta. So you'll just have some SPY position. What's echo? What does that mean, John? What's echo? No, blob, I think it'll always be there a little bit. So short calls, Max. Yeah, terminal output. Yeah, the man. We have a good relationship with the exchanges, so we'll be co-locating as well. I'm not sure it's going to change our profits that much. It will increase the complexity. I think the biggest thing you could do is have your own broker-dealer without routing order flow, because then you have no payment for order flow problems, and you have no spoofing problems or other internal market makers. So we're going to get all that set up. As of now, I'm going to take a break. It's been a rough day. I was in the office all night last night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you need me, I'll be on Discord. Adios. Love you guys. Thank you. Sign up for Goodell. Goodell Terminal.